to prioritize ratification of outstanding instruments, to prioritize, to expedite the ratification of the Protocol on Trade and its amendment and annexes, including those relating to trade and in services and customs, cooperation, industrialization, such as one-stop border posts to facilitate full integration, and participation and compliance. Members were talking about hurdles when crossing border posts. And so there are a few one-stop border posts that are good examples that member parliaments can learn from. Strengthening parliamentary oversight on executive commitments. We require the executive to submit timely reports on signed but unratified protocols and annexes, ensuring accountability and transparency in regional commitments, and also undertake parliamentary debates. Members can debate on what is ratified and unratified when it comes to the protocols, and what members can do on domestication. They can align national legislations with the protocol. They can integrate provisions into the national development plans to see how can trade liberalization and competitiveness can happen in their member states. They can strengthen their institutional capacity to make sure that there's trade coordination mechanisms and to oversee the domestication and the implementation process. They can mainstream gender and youth dimensions. We know that always gender and youth are always left behind when it comes to the issues of trade, the issues of industrializations, and issues of finance. So we always have to be intentional when it comes to these issues. Also, monitoring and evaluation is an aspect that is always left behind when we talk about domestication. We sign, we ratify, we domesticate, but an issue that is always lagging behind is monitoring and evaluation. As we move forward, we talk about recommendations into the protocol of industry and its amendments and annexes. Recommendation on ratification. Prioritization of the protocol in parliamentary agendas. If we are intentional about the protocols, we put it in our parliamentary calendars. We know that we are going to talk about the protocol in our parliamentary agenda, then we know that we have to talk about this protocol, especially because every year the executive go to they do the SADC week. They go there to discuss the industry agenda, but the parliaments are left behind. So they have no idea what is going on in the SADC week and the industrialization issues. But if we're intentional as parliaments to talk about the issues of industrialization, then that will help us. Strengthening awareness and political will. Political will is very important when it comes to the issues of ratification and domestication. And conduct legislative and policy audits. We have to know how far we have come in terms of domestication and ratification. As the SADC have shown us which countries have not signed, which countries have domesticated, which countries have not ratified. And those are important, especially when we talk about our national laws and national policies when it comes to alignment. Those issues are important, especially when we have to have our own dashboards in our national parliaments. Ensuring an inclusive and consultative process, Parliament should promote a broad-based consultation with key stakeholders, including industry associations, small and medium enterprises, women and youth-led enterprises, to build ownership and support for ratification. Strengthening parliamentary oversight of the executive. Committees on trade, industry, and regional integration should exercise oversight to ensure that the executive advances the ratification process expeditiously and submit necessary instruments for parliamentary approval. Recommendations on domestication. We have to align our national legislations with the industrial policies, integration of industrialization goals into our national development plans, which is important. Alignment is always important. Strengthening institutional coordination. Also, we have to have monitoring and evaluation mechanisms. We have to track how far we are in terms of alignment with our own legislations. We have to enhance capacity for implementation, which is quite important. These are the issues that I captured yesterday when it comes to trade and industry. Now, I would like to stop sharing here and use another slide for the rest. For the protocol on finance and investment. The protocol on finance and investments, we were told that all member states except Tanzania, Madagascar, and Comoros had ratified. And members here said that we should advocate for the harmonization of national laws with the protocol and review the implementation status of the protocol and engage with relevant ministers, central banks, the private sector, and the stakeholders. This is the protocol on industry. The protocol on the facilitation of movement of persons. And here, this protocol has been signed by 9 member states and ratified by 7 and has not yet come into force. Parliaments to advocate to decolonize border management. And we have to learn from the bilateral agreements of some member states that have implemented the movement of persons. We have to advocate for the ratification through parliamentary debates and motions, engage political landscape to garner for political will. And these are the notes that I had took yesterday. And honorable members, yesterday as the Secretariat, we had a meeting that we have to be intentional as committees, the recommendations that we take to plenary, that we should not be haphazard in our recommendations, that as the TIFI committee, we will be hosting the 60th plenary recommendations or the 60th theme as trade and trade issues. So the recommendation was from now we should concentrate on theming. So I think we should start now with our recommendations from the issues of trade and really beefing up what we recommend to plenary. So we will be choosing the SADC protocol on trade and discussing 3 articles. Article 3, which is elimination of barriers of intra-SADC trade, which is, and Article 6, which is compliance with non-tariff barriers, and Article 7, quantitative import restrictions, and Article 8, which is quantitative export restrictions. So we are going to look at compliance as member states to those articles. This came looking at the discussions yesterday as what members put on the table and looking at the landscape of trade in the region, protectionism, border management, inter-regional trade and how trade is happening in the region and the issues of post-AGOA. And now we have to expand either into ourselves, inter-regional trade, or are we looking now into Africa as a market or, so I think as a committee, we have to be very, very intentional about the issues we're going to put forward to plenary. I submit, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Eu penso que está apresentado aquilo que nós solicitamos ontem. Vamos então retomar a nossa agenda das questões que deveremos abordar hoje e passo novamente a palavra à nossa moderadora para começarmos então, para entrarmos nas apresentações de hoje. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to call upon Dr. Richard Gamitha. He's online. Please introduce yourself, Dr. Richard.
Good morning, honorable members of Parliament in the SADC region. My name is Dr. Richard Gamitha. I'm a Zimbabwean, but also a SADC citizen, having been to many countries in the SADC. And I've been working on area of specialization, trade, regional integration, and policy issues. So I'm here just to share with you our journey as the SADC regional integration to discuss the issues, the challenges, the opportunities thereof, and then to see, motivate each other on how we can make sure that our region does do the best to take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. I submit for now.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my presentation. I hope I will be. Are you seeing it there?
Yes, we are seeing it.
Yeah, seeing it. Oh, okay, thank you very much. My presentation is on the SADC region economic integration, the journey, issues and challenges. And there is a reason why I am taking this route, so that there are issues that we need to keep on reminding ourselves. Some of the issues motivate us, some of the issues that requires us to put our heads together. Also, let me know if my voice is audible.
You are very audible.
Okay, fine. Okay. Now, summary of my presentation. One, I'll be looking at the journey, the frontline states, the formation of SADC, Southern Africa Economic Development Coordination Conference, and then our SADC currently. Briefly, institutional framework and legal instruments. I'm thinking members of parliament have been discussing these issues of legal instruments. And then the SADC protocol, the regional indicative strategic development plans that we have from the first one, 2005 to 2020, 2015 to 2030, and then to 2020, then 2020, 2030. And then I close with some remarks that were called the takeaways, which can motivate us as we go to our respective capitals. Now, in terms of formation of SADC, One is the first phase was the frontline states, when the 5 leaders in the region, Angola, Botswana, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia, who decided to militarily support the political liberation movement in the region, and hence becomes the genesis of the SADC regional economic integration. We cannot ignore this fact. That's the beginning of it. Its agenda was that to ensure that there is liberalization in the region. Then from there, after a number of some countries obtained independence in 1980, particularly Zimbabwe, then there was a meeting that was held in Lusaka, Zambia, which then formed the Southern Africa Development Coordination Conference through a memorandum of understanding. Again, again, one of the instruments.
Dr. Richard, can you pause for a bit?
Okay.
Eu queria. Bom dia, Sua Excelência, Presidente desta comissão. Bom dia, caros colegas, membros dos parlamentos. Eu queria pedir, através da Presidente e da moderadora, atendendo que está a haver tradução em simultâneo de várias línguas, que pudesse, talvez, de boa maneira, conversar com o nosso palestrante, para que eles pudessem apresentar pausadamente, para permitir que haja aqui um entendimento daquilo que está a ser apresentado. Esse é o pedido que eu tenho. Sim. Ele está a apresentar bem, mas está a apresentar em inglês, então o outro tem que replicar em português, em francês. Tá? Quanto maior for a forma pausada...
Já entendemos, senhor deputado. A moderadora vai pedir isso. Vamos pedir ao senhor moderador, caso nos esteja a ouvir, para falar um pouco mais pausado, tendo em conta termos aqui tradução simultânea. Muito obrigada. Senhora moderadora, pode dizer o nosso preletor para continuar, só que de forma mais pausada.
Thank you for the guidance. Dr. Richard, could you please slow the pace, please?
Oh, okay, fine. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. I was saying that the frontline states form the basis of our regional integration agenda when the 3 leaders in Africa decide to support the liberation movement in other regional countries. The second phase was now the Southern Africa Development Coordination Conference, a meeting that was held in Lusaka in 1980 in Zambia, that through the Memorandum of Understanding, they established that conference, the SADC, SADCC. And this was, again, there was no treaty or central authority to supervise implementation. It was just an agreed that we need this vehicle to advance our regional integration, but there was no treaty to guide it. There was no central authority. And its 4 principles objectives were to reduce member states' dependence on apartheid South Africa. And then 2, to forge linkages of creating genuine and equitable regional integration. And then mobilizing member states' resources to promote implementation of national, interstate, and regional policies and programs. And then, of course, to ensure that the action that they put together, they are working now with international cooperation partners like what is today. So each member states were then allocated some portfolios that were assigned to them, operating from their own respective countries. But the headquarters was Gaborone, Botswana. That is since 1982 when it was established. So that was the second phase. And again, on that picture, I can see that the heads of states are now increasing from 5 to the number that are appearing there. So the third phase is now what we are now in, the Southern Africa Development Community, which is SADC, our SADC today. It was again a meeting that was held in Windhoek, Namibia, in 1999, which transformed this SADCC to SADC. And then that treaty, the SADC treaty that was signed there, was amended in Blantyre in 2001. And again, then it introduced now a number of protocols that have to be developed to support the SADC treaty, to support the regional integration agenda of our region. Then again, there was also instrument framework, legal instruments that were set up to ensure that the successful restructuring of the SADC, which was done in 2000. And then the secretariat then moved entirely to headquarters in Botswana. So they were coming from different countries where they are. They were now on one location, one building, which is that building that you know in Botswana. The capital seat of our SADC. Now, on the institutional framework that were agreed by then, was to ensure that if you're coming from the bottom here, you can see subcommittees, national committees. So that means issues from the national at member states level that have to be taken to the secretariat. And from the secretariat goes now to the standing committee officials, Council of Ministers of Trade or Finance, and then to the summit. That is the highest to give political guidance. But everything starts at the national level. If at the national level, stakeholders are not articulating what they need, which means they can also affect what is submitted to the secretariat and then hence goes up to the summit level. So the summit is the highest APEC decision-making body, which oversee the policy direction and they control the functions of the community. And again, the policy-making institutions, and then they meet. Each time they meet, I think as members of parliament, you are aware of the process that they meet around August, September every year, where the chairperson has to be and the deputy. But again, that's where they endorse what needs to be done in any of the areas that we are focusing. Like now we are focused on regional integration. Right, now this treaty, now through the treaty now, the SADC treaty now, it provides now a legal instruments that are guiding the SADC integration process. And those guys, I think those that are, if you see in red here, those are some of the issues that we're discussing prior. And again, it means that these are areas of cooperation that outline objective, the scope, what are required, the instruments that are required, and then that has to be approved. So on trade, regional economic trade, that's also the format that is there. But again, as you know, that each under the treaty, everything that is done and agreed, member states have to ratify and accede to. That means they are now domesticating what they have been agreed at the regional level. And obviously, wherever there are 2/3 of members, the majority, once they ratified, implementation starts. Hence, our SADC trade protocol is being implemented because 2/3 have already ratified it, and there are only few that are remaining. Now, coming to our SADC trade protocol, this was adopted in August 1926 in Maseru, Lesotho, and which was signed by 11 member states and entered into force in July 2000. So each treaty, once it is ratified, it enters into force. That means it is being now implemented. The focus, of course, was your portfolio, which is trade investment, finance investment, industry finance investment. And again, if you look at it, it has been implemented through protocols. There are quite a number of protocols that were then developed, one on trade, on finance and investment, FIP. Again, you're looking at things like micro-conversions and taxation, where they ensure that our economies should not differ very much, but we need to move in the same way, agree on certain targets, be it inflation, be it economic growth, be it fiscus related issues, and all those things are being monitored at the secretariat level. Then subsequently, because they are working now with the funders, there was funding that was secured from the EU, where the first regional strategic development plan or indicative plan was developed, which articulated a roadmap for the SADC regional economic integration. It was based on the European Union model. That was the idea, that we should follow the European Union model because most of our economies are linked with the EU, trade with the EU, and historical relations with the EU and so forth. Again, the focus was focused on microeconomic convergence targets, so that if our inflations are not varying very much, our economic growth are not almost on the same region, it means countries can benefit from the process. Now, this indicative plan, which was a very comprehensive, and it's a framework that is guiding this integration for the first 15 years to give clear strategic direction to SADC programs, projects, activities, and strategic priorities that are enshrined within the treaty. And these programs, project activities are those ones that come from member states. Any program that is designed at SADC level, member states have to make an input. So which means that as members of parliament, you need to have an interest on what is the SADC structure, SADC National Committee in your country, what is it they are submitting to SADC? Because the programs are the one that will then shape the regional integration agenda and see how the countries are going to benefit. So if you don't then submit a weak input, Secretariat will just use the information that they have and they advance the same information that would then take place. Then your country will not have much to benefit because you submitted weak inputs. Then the programs were implemented by SADC directorates by then. These directorates were headed by directors, senior and junior program officers, and some of them were supported by programs that were funded by other donors to come and assist in the implementation. I'm sure you have heard about the TIFI, that many are members of the TIFI. There are a number of them that are listed here, depending whether they're talking of industry, trade, industry, finance, investment, or infrastructure and services, or agriculture, or food, agriculture, natural resources, and then social human development. These are the programs that were there. Now, these programs now, they are actually regularly monitored at 3 levels. At political and policy level, where everything that is done ends up going to the summit for members to participate, to understand what is going on, for leadership, leaders to give direction and then endorsement on the way. Then another monitoring is the operational technical level, where the Secretariat now come out with some own its ways of monitoring whether are we making progress, why are we not acceding, why is this country is not acceding, why this country is advancing, others are not advancing. And then stakeholder level. Here I've come out with a diagram of the stakeholders that we need to interact with. In your country, there are departments or Ministry of Trade, Industry, some would deal with MSMEs and mining, etc., that are focused on industry. Those ministries, you need to be able to interact with them. And then also the aligned ministries also that are providing that, including the services. There's the issue of treasury or finance, governors of the central banks. They've got their own grouping where they meet to discuss issues that pertains to the payments across member states. Then there are ministries or agencies that deals with investment and trade promotion. And then your civil society in your countries, your training or research institutions in your country. The informal cross-border traders, these are actually in a number of countries. They have actually come out with a regional informal cross-border traders. You need to interact with them to understand what is it that they are coming across as they take goods from one country to another. Now, at each member states level, there are SADC, what we call SADC structures. starts with the SADC national committees in all respective countries. Their purpose is they were established to provide inputs, as I've said before, from the national perspective, that goes now to the regional programs. And they're also supposed to coordinate and oversee the implementation of programs at the national level. So that's your point of call. What is happening? Are programs being coordinated well? And then sometimes they are also responsible for initiating the project that they think country X may think that this project, if it goes to SADC regional, it can have a more impact. It can have more benefit to the nation, also to other regional countries. Again, the key stakeholders that need to interact there are your government, ministry, department, and agencies in your country. If you are in Namibia, you call them offices, ministries and agencies, the OMAs, and then your non-state actors, your private sector, civil society, labor, and academia. And this is what is supposed to be theoretically, but in other countries, the interaction is largely between government and private sector, sector bodies. And you find that your labor and academic, your civil society, they are not being involved in a way that they should be. But ideally, all stakeholders must be able to engage on some of these issues. Now, since we have adopted the Standard Trade Protocol through the indicative program that was designed, there was a milestone that we developed in 2000, which were saying, this is the Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan. We're saying that we need to establish free trade area by 2008. And on this one, we scored. The region scored. By now, we have that has been established. And the other milestone that was outlined was Customs Union by 2010. And then Customs Union, that's where, like in those in SACU, where there's a common external tariff, where you can even be in a position if you want to share tariff revenue like SACU, you can do, but others can't. You can only have a common external tariff. The EAC, East African Community, they do have that. And then we have to move now to common market, and then monetary union, and the single currency economy union. So that was agreed to be the time frame to guide us. But so far as a region, we have only achieved one milestone. Others are yet to come. Maybe they may not see the light of the day because of certain developments and the issues that I will be articulating down there. So now from there, I'm now trying to look at the reason why we are failing to go there, the reason why it is also been affecting our region integration. One, after signing the trade protocol, there was a high propensity by some member states to sign bilateral trade agreements. So if you agree with this SADC free trade area with its own tariff arrangements that have been agreed. So if you are now forming another bilateral, it means that you are now creating another space that will take much of your time and focus instead of defocusing on what you've agreed in the region. So those are the bilaterals that were signed 2004, Mozambique, South Africa, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and then 2006, Malawi, Zambia, 2010, an amendment between Botswana and Zimbabwe. Then another thing was the consolidation of the SADC free trade area, which its challenges are that so far that region, so far we do have, we only have 2 countries that are not yet members of the SADC free trade area that are yet to ratify. One of them is a big country, the big economy, the DRC. Angola ratified last year. That's where they submitted their market tariff offers, and then now it's a fully member of the SADC free trade protocol. It is ratified, but DRC is not. But currently, the sensitization of the SADC structures so that they can know what is expected of them at a national level. Remember, the SADC national committees from different that we're talking about. There are quite a number of structures that are there, that they are being given there. Morocco is not here because it's a new member, hence maybe they need more time to do. Another challenge that we are facing, given currently, is that there are some issues that are undermining commitment by member states to meet tariff obligation. Because remember, when you joined in, there was a time to agree on the tariff phase down, which was achieved in 2012. I think the bulk of when the other members now say, okay, you've now agreed, but what you are saying now, there are now some introduction of new issues now. That is against the principle of free trade area. For example, Mauritius, because Mauritius depends on sugar, they are now imposing tariff on sugar to boost their trade. So this one, again, it's now almost, we put a tariff on sugar. It means that against the spirit of SADC trade protocol. Zimbabwe also introduced no tariffs on some products that were been agreed. Botswana imposes also import restrictions on vegetables and some other agricultural products. I think when you interact, we can see some products that are coming entering Botswana, even if you carry your peanut butter, for example, at the border, they just take it. So those are the things that are also trying to affect us. And then other countries like, for example, Malawi and Zimbabwe, because of the Article 3, which allow member states to request derogation. Derogation is where you say, now I cannot maintain this tariff that I have because of the challenge that I have. Can I be allowed to increase my tariff a bit? The reason for those two countries was that because of the balance of payment problems that they were facing. They were also facing loss of competitiveness and then some revenue concerns, largely the revenue, because the industries were almost like depressed. So they asked through the ministers of trade, and then that discussion and that derogation is given. I think those are issues that we have to deal with. Then another issue that we need to raise is that the functional cycle custom external tariff, which means we cannot go beyond free trade area to go to a customs union, because the cycle customs union it's working. It's and I think to a point that some member states are even trying to approach informally to say, can they join the circle? But I think the SAC formation is its own yardsticks that they use, and now it means that to go to the customs union, that has now become a big challenge. For example, the revised regional indicative strategic development plan of 2015 to 2030 that was formulated, again, did not mention the customs union for SADC. So which means literally the SADC customs union might not be seen in the near future, because it's not being, all the development that are happening is not being, discussed as one of the milestones that we need to aspire to achieve. But the focus again on this revised RISDP was mainly on the pillars now. They are now focusing on pillars. Pillar 1 being peace, security, and good governance. 2, this is a foundational pillar, but pillar 1 is industrial development and market integration, which I will focus more on. Then infrastructure development in support of regional integration, because infrastructure and regional integration and market integration, they go hand in hand. And then there's also social and human capital development, the cross-cutting issues that are there. All those that you have, that's what the current structure is at SADC now. So the fourth one is slow phase down of some tariff phase down by some other member states. As I've said, that around 2012, there was an achievement there. And at that time, all the South countries, 5 of them, they've just phased down all the tariff down, and then that results with a significant achievements in terms of reducing the tariff to encourage trade among member states. But again, the ideal framework was that if you can achieve on reducing tariff, it means we are preparing us now to join the the tripartite, the continental free trade area, because that is the one that encourages now companies to be able to produce and then look for other markets beyond the region. Okay. Now the challenge again that we are facing, that is we have to deal with it, is to deal with the non-trade barriers. These non-trade barriers, or NTB, they are being reported in many of the reports that we come across. And there was an idea that they have to be reported online. Wherever you come across them, you can report online to the SADC Secretariat. But again, there are some challenges there that we need to focus on. One, there is non-active involvement of other stakeholders. We now need to, as members of parliament, to find out on your reporting online non-NTBs, which stakeholders are you involving? There are other stakeholders that if you involve them, they make a lot of noise and things get done. For example, the civil society. They make a lot of noise about that, and then the things will quickly get attention and be resolved. So involvement of other stakeholders, even your academic institutions, also to research about it and also to advise government that this is what is coming on, being obtained in their respective territories. Then there's also new emerging NTBs that are coming in. For example, the adoption of agricultural protectionist policies and regulations by some member states, thereby limiting or restricting importation of agricultural goods. Yes, we agree on your SADC, but each member states are saying that according to our agriculture, we want to revive our agriculture. For example, Botswana, Namibia might say, okay, we don't want to import vegetable from South Africa. Let's restrict it. Let's encourage our people to produce. So those are the things that come in from time to time, but it requires also create a platform for further engagement or policy realignment to see to what an extent can this issue not limit the growth of regional integration, economic integration. There's also continued introduction of new systems of security concerns, especially if you are moving your goods from from the ports, say from Durban or from Wales Bay, going to other countries in the region. For example, there are some times where you see police roadblocks on the highway, just stopping cars. It doesn't matter whether it's a big truck carrying perishable goods going to the market, be it bananas or macadamia or guavas, whatever it is. But the police just stop at the road, they look at that. All those, they tend to hinder the flow of goods to the market. Yes, there are security concerns, but they also have got, in fact, along the transport corridors that we have, the north-south corridor, the Maputo corridors, all those corridors that we have, they tend to be affected by that. Also, there's another area also that needs attention, especially to members of parliament, the corrupt practices along the transport corridors. It affects the movements of our goods. It affects how we need to ensure that our economies are developing well. There are countries that way we are driving from, for example, from Wales Bay going to Zambia or Botswana. There, you just drive, you hardly see a police officers waving and stopping vehicles. So there are some good examples that are there, but there are also some bad examples that we need to be honest with ourselves and see how we can deal with that. And then there are also some trade disputes that have been closed, that are now close to 10 years, if, according to the information that I got from the Secretariat, that are yet to be resolved. And now the Secretariat is now calling for the establishment of what they are calling the Trade Dispute Resolution Settlement Mechanism. Remember the demise of our tribunal, which should have been the vehicle through which this dispute can be resolved, but now they are now saying, because of that, let us now encourage member states to establish trade dispute resolution settlement mechanism so that those issues between member states can quickly get attention and be resolved, and the region can move in a fasten its own integration processes. The other issue on the table that we need to take note of is the intra-SADC trade. Currently, it's very low compared with what member states are trading outside the region. I think the only countries that are doing better is South Africa, but the other countries, most of the countries, it's very low. Currently, it is being estimated at around 19.8%. That is the intra-SADC. We need to increase it to meet the target that they are set. But the reasons now is that one, there's low industrial productive and export capacities in some of the countries. It's very low. We are not producing as much in a massive way to ensure that the goods that are being produced, they can enter the region and go to the global markets. And also, you are saying here that the industrial development in the countries are they are characterized by undiversified production and export structures. Mainly, we are talking of primary extractive kind of commodities, agriculture and mining actually dominating, generating around 50% of the total domestic product. And then also uncompetitive exportable products that you find out in the region. And now this will limit us even if you want to participate in the continental free trade area. Because our products are agriculture and mining in nature, no value has been added. We are just taking from the soil and sending outside. So that's where we need now to think as a region or as a country, as respective countries, how much value do we need to add? Value addition, value chains development, that is the current discourse that is now underway. Again, our economies, because we are not adding value, we are not increasing our manufacturing side of things. What is low now is the economies of scale that we expected from a regional economic integration is still very low. Product specialization again is very low. The spillover effect of industrial processes is very low, whereby from one country you can end up having other similar production process in other countries. That spillover effect is very low. Export diversification competitiveness again is still very low. And then compliance with global markets still remain a challenge. So that's our sector there. The other area to think of is the trade barriers that are significant, that are cumbersome, time wasting at the border, insufficient use of automated systems, and lack of cooperation. Are you there? Hello, are you there? Can I continue? Hello?
We can hear you, Dr. Richard.
Oh, okay, fine. I thought maybe I must have lost someone on the way. Right. Now, as I was looking, if I look at the export products from the number of countries in the region, you can see some of them that we have, they are almost similar in nature. We are almost like competing with our diamonds, our copper, but now if you don't add value, these ones will not benefit regional economic integration of SADC, but rather they will find their way outside the SADC zone. So it's an area that now we need to think, how should we add value? How should we prioritize mineral beneficiation? I think a number of policies have been developed in the region. I know some of them have been working in a number of countries. But are we really doing it, or is it just through a paper? Can you translate that mineral beneficiation policy into something that is practical, something that can also be seen, creating jobs for us? Because if you export it like that, you are exporting your jobs, and you're exporting your problem. You are creating problems for yourself. So this is the picture that we tend to get in the region, where a number of things they still need. We need to talk of how should we add value, how should we support value chains, how should we support mineral beneficiation, polishing of diamonds like what Botswana is doing. I think that can be done. Now, another area that we tend to affect our SADC trade protocol to be domesticated in a bigger way, or economic integration, is overlapping membership. This has been there, and there's nothing we can do about it, but you have to live with it. But then what it means that if it creates then divergence of trade and industrial policy and strategies, because one has to make sure that if you're in COMESA, you comply with COMESA, in SADC, comply with SADC, in EAC, comply with that. But now if you then think deeply about it, you might not be able now to domesticate what the region is agreed to be done. Or you may fail to align your policies, your industrial policies with SADC, with COMESA, because of the divergent focus that is expected of you. And again, they come with various tariff structures that requires a lot of thinking and a lot of process to get in, affecting maybe the SADC in a way. So the approaches may be different, but again, the political will sometimes is needed, but I'm saying that as it is, there's nothing that can be done. You have to live with it. I remember when I did an assignment in Zambia, I told me that, if you ask me to choose COMESA and SADC, it's like asking to choose between your mother and the father. It's very difficult. And really, that is understandable. But wherever we are aligned to, the key thing is that how should we fasten or speed up the process of domesticating what have been agreed at a regional level? That's how we can benefit from regional economic integration. Right now, there's now the tripartite free trade area that we've entered into. Again, a bigger market, but at the same time, it requires us to produce something to increase our manufacturing processes so that we can benefit from the tripartite and also benefit from the continental free trade area that we've entered into. So that is the revised indicative for 2015 to 2030. Again, the same issues, but the focus now is more on the industrialization. I'm only focusing on the industrial development, market integration, and a bit of infrastructure. So that's what it says it wants us to do. But the issue is, how should we industrialize? How should we speed up the process? Working together at the national level, then the regional level. That is the structure that was created to oversee. You can see the key director that you need to deal with is this one on industrial development and trade, and then finance, investment, and customs. I think these are the key that you need to familiarize with, to not only familiarize about it, but also to engage, because they are talking of value chains. There were value chains that were supported at the regional level. There are value chains that are supported at the national level. I'm here in Namibia, we've been implementing the value chains for the past 2 years. There's a competitive industrialization, competitiveness, and trade. These are the ones that will make our region to integration to increase. And then once you increase at that level, it means our product can enter also the global market, and the economy will start to increase. Okay. Now, again, this is the pillars, the pillar A that I was talking about, but you can see the focus is the same. To add value to agriculture and non-agricultural products, we need to think as members of parliament now to go and start engage yourself in that debate. And then to consolidate the SADC free trade area that you've seen only 2 countries are remaining, but we need to do more. And then enhance microeconomic environment, ensure that our economies, they don't vary too much, but they're almost moving the same pace. And then improve our financial market systems and monetary cooperation, so that our traders, when they go to country X, they are able to trade without much hassle. Increase our regional, intra-regional, and then foreign direct investment. Then intra-Africa trade, that a new babe on the market that's been created for us. then involve the private sector in all the processes as well as other stakeholders as well, and then to deepen what we have. So at member states, these are the institutions that we have that are aligned with SADC, The SADC national contact points, we do have them. The national SADC national committees, they are there in your country. The SADC national cluster subcommittees that are now focused on different angles, maybe industry or human resource and all that. So this needs to, you need to know them and engage with them, because they are the ones that develop now relationship with the donors and with other government departments and so on forth. So now the information will then now go now to the SADC level, having started at that level. That is infrastructure. Because infrastructure and industry, they need to go hand in hand. Of course, there are others, the human resources and that they are also key, but I'll just pick these two because for movement of goods from one country from one market producing side to the market. So these are what is expected of us to be done. Then now saying that now, if you look at our current, okay, let me go back a bit, yeah. Okay, for example, here, this infrastructure and networks, your roads, how they are coming from the producers in the villages or in the growth points, coming to the center, going to the market. And also the maintenance of those roads is also very important. And also affordability of the services of that is very important. Because we need to ensure that our products, as we get them, because some of the products are perishable, they need to be to the market very quicker than a slow process. And this is area that requires your attention. For example, there is also some priority areas that have been decided at the regional level, your river basins, your transport corridors, your power pools, and you know, you've got that power pool, the energy, electricity, all those things, they need to deserve attention from you. So I'm now saying that at the current level, currently there are some setbacks in some member states where the pictures above there are not adjusted to provoke our thinking that if our roads are like this, how fast can our goods be to the market? If we are still using this mode of transport, can perishable vegetables, for example, reach the market sooner? Or can they also be sustainable? But what we desire most now is what I'm putting in green, where your road networks are like this. And I know member countries are doing very well. They are working towards that, where your highways will be like this, your railways are functional and moving very fast. And then your wired, electricity there.
Dr. Richard?
Yes?
You have 10 minutes left.
Oh, okay. I'm about to finish now. Okay. Now, the revised 120 to 2030, again, it's a strategic development that they've developed that are implementing the same vision, same focus, but designed to ensure that our economic integration is get deeper. Here I was trying to show you that if you add some working around increasing them, adding value, like if you look at the where my cursor is, it means that our products will have more, they can enter any market and will be able to generate more wealth, and the region will begin to integrate in a more faster way. On FIP, SADC FIP, I think there are some issues that needs to be your attention. They are focused on microeconomic convergence. They are being peer reviewed, and the peer reviewed are actual member states peering each other, which is a good sign. And they are also moving together. But of course, there are some delays here and there because of some processes. The countries that are yet to fully ratify Madagascar, Seychelles, and Tanzania, but others are already members of that group. Then SADC were also saying that they want to create a regional fund whose purpose is to fund economic development and sustainable growth in SADC. already that agreement, 9 countries have signed it. 3 countries have ratified it, others are not yet. And also, they also want to have an agreement on assistance on tax matters. The secretary was saying that because there are individuals that are moved from one country to another without paying taxes, so they need to see how they can plug that gap. So far, all the countries have signed it, but 6 have ratified it. And then custom and trade facilitation programs that are there, SADC, they are designed to encourage the movement of goods across the country. There are some challenges, but also progress being made there. And then when it comes to technical trade barriers and sanitary measures, there are some issues that are there. They are also part of the SADC trade protocol. Again, countries have signed it, some ratified it, but some progress that requires us now to focus on quality infrastructure that at the member states level. Is it qualitative enough for them to be able to compete? Okay, because of time now. Okay, now what I'm expecting as your takeaways now is through this presentation. I want members of parliament. You are being now to encourage to go and increase the to engage more in policy-making environment and then domestication of regional programs, processes, strategies, and initiatives, so that the countries can benefit. So this can only happen at 5 levels and to ensure that there's inclusive economic growth. When I'm talking to here, I'm trying to ensure that you see the need for you to go and do it. When you go home at membership at MP level, you can continue to engage with your colleagues in parliament, with different stakeholders. Now imagine members of parliament, the other stakeholders now coming together, focus on how to industrialize, how to ensure that your minerals are not only going in, are not being added value to it, and to ensure that all the clusters that are focused on exports in the region are being coming together. So you cannot build your industries, build your economy just like that. Now your Minister of Finance, now you have more revenue now to take to parliament. The moment that happens, that there's more money now to go and support every areas that are needed, because there are some resources at a regional level. The region are now you are putting things together. SADC is now growing, expanding, and we have more benefit as a result. Then lastly, the second one is that I'm now saying through this presentation, and want you as members of parliament to understand national and regional industrial development challenges and opportunities. I think and pick some of them as we are discussing. And now we need also to be strategic, engagement or lobbying and consulting. Remember, a member of parliament need to engage the executive. You need to engage other stakeholders, private sector. But I'm saying minimize mixing issues when engaging. Focus on one issue, then you deal with that issue. It will then meet your desire at the national, regional level. Avoid you focusing your 2 eyes on one bottle. You won't achieve much. You'll be drained and then end up losing hope. Minimize again the blame game. Try to be honest with yourself as you're engaging on these issues. Is this doable or not doable? Why is that as a nation we cannot focus on how to industrialize our economy when the benefits are for all of that? Why can't you go beyond your party lines to ensure that everyone in the country that has got ideas and are also able to participate in the process? You need to focus more on the intervention. That's the right way. One eye on the bottle. Don't ask why. You see challenges everywhere. Why is this not? The challenges, but why not? You see opportunities for your country. So with this chair, I encourage our MPs to rethink, reflect, take these issues at heart, and then go home and try to encourage broader the discussion, debates. We want a SADC where like those ladies, just young ladies are smiling. A SADC where citizens are smiling, are able to get what they want at the right price, at the right location. That's my presentation. Over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kimetha, for your presentation. on regional industrialization. Anything, Honorable Chair?
Eu penso que, como moderadora, eu devia saber dos colegas se alguém quer intervir para algum esclarecimento. Da minha parte, eu considero que foram informações muito valiosas e pertinentes, atuais, inclusive. Portanto, são informações que devemos, de facto, digerir e não tenho qualquer questão a apresentar, mas pode ser que os colegas tenham algo a apresentar.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member from Mozambique.
Muito obrigado à nossa moderadora, muito obrigado ao presidente desta sessão. Como é óbvio, quando a presidente diz que já está encerrado, nada mais pode se acrescentar, mas eu queria, talvez, se me permitir, Sua Excelência Presidente, primeiro saudar este palestrante, porque ele trouxe aqui um conhecimento muito vasto sobre aquilo que é a nossa organização, esse ADC, que na altura nós aprendíamos SADCC, né? E nessa altura, já nos anos 80, me recordo que, do ponto de vista de distribuição econômica e das necessidades da região, a segurança alimentar nessa altura, quando foi criada, como se dizia aqui, que isso foi criado como uma resposta ao apartheid, porque era, de facto, um dos principais objetivos, romper a dependência econômica em relação ao regime do apartheid. E nessa altura, a segurança alimentar tinha sido atribuída à República do Zimbábue. E me recordo, nessa altura, quando havia fome, o Zimbábue era um país que ajudava outros países da região. E gostaria também, se o nosso professor Dr. Richard, se permitisse, pudesse nos ilustrar agora quem agora é responsável pela segurança alimentar em caso de uma calamidade na região. Qual é o país, vai, do ponto de vista da organização, que vai poder ajudar os outros países? Isso eu queria ter como uma informação preliminar. E, em segundo lugar, penso que é nada mais, nada menos do que concordar com a minha presidente da comissão, quando disse que essa informação seria útil para nós digerirmos e podermos, se puder ser informação útil para nós como parlamentares. E muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable Member from Mozambique. Dr. Richard, did you get that?
No, I don't speak. I don't understand the Portuguese. Can translate
there's I'm sorry I didn't get that for you. There's an interpretation button there on your right, and you press English there.
on my right?
The button that says interpretation on the screen, on your screen.
On my screen.
On the bottom right.
Bottom right. You're seeing it now. Yeah. Bottom right. There's a search. You see are you seeing my cursor? Hello?
Okay, the honorable member wants to know who is now responsible for food security in the region.
Food security.
I think it's better you in Portuguese because that translator is not very well.
Okay.
And
Hello?
Okay.
I think it's better to speak again in Portuguese.
Okay.
But if the Professor Richard to understand very well, Shona. I better speak explain in Shona that issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. You can go ahead.
Okay, Shona. Okay.
Yes.
Ndaitaura kuti muna 1980 gore yakaumbwa SADC. Zimbabwe ndiyo yainga ichionerera nezvinhu zvakadai ngezvikafu panyika dzinedzi, asi mazuva avakaumba nyika, avakaumba SADC, vaitaura kuti hinga vasingadi kuti vadepende ngenyika yeapartheid South Africa. Saka toda kuziva kuti nhasi uno panga paitika nzara, drought, ngeiperi nyika inosapota nyika dzimweni. Ngezvandaida kuti ndizive apo. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think it's a good question. But if I can now, what then happens that when they form SADC in the 80s, because remember member states are different portfolios, and also the SADC when they now one single SADC, or even the current different RRDS. Okay. Let me take this one. Yeah. Now, remember that when they form SADC, they were using a regional indicative strategic development plan, right? They continue, but they were formed different directories. So there's a director for food, agriculture, and natural resources. Is the one that is now looking at the area that you are talking about as a directory, just like this one. Your committee is focused on trade, industry, finance, and investment. So it means your portfolio, your committee, and the secretary, different two directors, the secretary, they're also ensuring that we support how the region can increase its trade or increase in the industrial development, and then also finance investment. So I think this is an area that can be covered by those that are dealing with food, agriculture, and natural resources, of which I did not want to spend much time on it, because it's another area, though it's part of regional integration. I was just focused on economic integration, how our industries should be increased to be supported to ensure that we benefit the region and then export outside the region.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Any more submissions, honorable members? Honorable member from Lesotho.
Thank you, Mima Senator. Let me thank our former leaders who came together, and they had one common enemy, which was apartheid. My observation shows me that they worked together. There was a lot of collaboration. There was a lot of coordination and cooperation. Again, there was one enemy. Today we still have an enemy, which as a region we can fight. The challenge is our economies. Lack of jobs, hunger, poverty, poor infrastructure, high crime rate, overpopulated prisons or overcrowded prisons. Dr. Richard, we want to thank you. You gave us a lot of information, but again, he was very fast. The information that he gave us was a lot and carries a lot of information. I wouldn't mind having this lecture again one more time. How I really don't know. So there are a number of areas where I wasn't very clear I'm going to request you to go through slide, I think slide 11 and 18. Please, if you can, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will, this is 11, is it the one? Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to confirm that, yes.
Okay,
And then
yeah,
18 and 18. If you
and
can
18.
slowly, just a little bit slowly go through this slide and 18. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will do that. On this one, I'm saying the reason why we could not achieve go beyond the SADC free trade area to customs union. There are a number of reasons that I've seen, 1 and 2. The third one is a functional circle. And the circle has got its common external tariff. And circle is in a region where member states have got a shared revenue, a formula to share the revenue that are generated from exports. If I can maybe help some other members of members of parliament, the House circle was formed in a very nutshell. SACU was not negotiated. It was somebody who came from apartheid regime come out with this, what they call an agreement, then move into Lesotho, for example, Lesotho, and say, this is the agreement that we want you to sign, but what are the benefits? The benefit is that once you sign, when we export, we are going to share the revenue. Remember, also South Africa is the bigger product to export outside. But don't house the liberation movement from South Africa. Don't house them. Allow them passage. Don't keep them there. So it's the same message that we're used to is Eswatini, to Botswana. Of course, Namibia was still part and parcel of that. So as a result now, they've actually perfected what they call the common external tariff sharing formula, where member states were getting, I think the data that I once looked at, around 50, some 60, depending on the economy. Even up to now, they are still sharing that. That's why SAGO have remained a united front. When they are negotiating, I was facilitating the EPA negotiations. They will stand up together as SACO. They could say, we cannot reduce our market tariff because remember, Lesotho is still a developing country, but it's a vehicle through which the region as SACO are moving in one agenda with a common agenda, ensure that they want to get the most from whatever they're negotiating. So now this one, because it's functioning like that, we cannot expect now SADC to get another customs union. That's why other studies that I've done thereafter, they are no longer talking about SADC customs union. They are just quiet. So, and again, there are other members, countries in SADC that have informally announced that they wish to join the SACU area. So it means that it's an area that we need to, it's an area that might not see us having a SACU customs union because there is already another customs union within SADC that is functioning very well. But I don't know whether they can also absorb other countries because of historical developments. The second part is talking of tariff phase down, because when you come out with a SADC free trade area, you want to, first thing, you submit your tariff for member states to ensure that they are in line with other member states. You reduce your tariff to encourage exports to other member states. So the phase done was done, achieved March, I think around 2012. And again, SACU, they move as a unit because it's easier for them to reduce as one time than other member states. So that's what we find up there. But this one now, it means that if you don't deal with our tariff face down, for us now to go to the continental, we are going to face the same challenge because our tariff will be very high. And it means that some other countries can look elsewhere where they can get the same goods that we are producing ourselves. Now I'm now going to 18, which is this one. This one is now talking of industrial development and market integration. The objective to ensure that its industrial development is sustainable, and again, it's focusing on trade integration, financial cooperation. But the key issue to think about is now, how do we increase the regional value chains of value addition? That's why I said that at SADC, there was a program that was funded to assist member states at regional level to develop their value chains. At member states, there are also resources from the EU, for example, supporting countries that want to have to develop their value chains. As I was saying that Namibia for the 2 years was developing its own value chains, where they realized that yes, they produce charcoal, but that charcoal is not being processed in Namibia, is not being packaged in Namibia, they're being shipped back to all of it to South Africa. So in that way, they realized that they're exporting jobs to South Africa. Instead of creating jobs, they are exporting them to South Africa. So if you add value, if you add value to your products or to your resources that you have, you create jobs now in your country. But if you are in mining and sending as raw outside the country, you are also exporting your job opportunities that should be created in your country. So that's where now these value chains and value addition become the buzzword. And the donor countries, donor community are willing to support them. It's a matter of how a country can come together and see how they want to do it to benefit the nation and to be inclusive. Of course, consolidation of few trade areas there. And then once if you talk of macroeconomic environment or indicators, SAGU countries, they're almost similar. Their inflation, their economic growth, there might be some difference, not very large compared to other. That is the idea. Why SADC say, okay, let's have this microeconomic convergence, and then members move almost in the similar trend or trajectory. But at member states, you need to do something. You need to engage with SADC structures that are there. You have your national contact points that are there. I'm sure it must be Ministry of Economic Planning or some, but you can find out. Also engage with your national committees that are established or the cluster subcommittees that are focused on different angles on the economy. So in that way now, it's engage with the different stakeholders so that you've got understanding what can be done in Lesotho. Lesotho has got resources that can also be used to create employment, to alleviate poverty, and then ensure that the families have got food at the table. But if you are not adding value, if you are not processing them, we are exporting their food to other countries than in your own borderline. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richard.
Yes.
Honorable member, I will take the last one from honorable member from Namibia.
Thank you so much. Just a quick one. Historically, as the doctor has just mentioned now, through his presentation, I just wanted to just understand, because historically depicted that in phase 1 and phase 2, that's what led to SADC formation since the 1970s. How will integration take place effectively and efficiently if SADC has a reactive approach on the very aspect that led to its formation? Because by that, I would say that SADC member states advise each other on political issues that, of course, tend to affect the economic issues. And of course, with it also come with solution to that effect. Now, how would this advice that often tend to be partisan be looked at to come as solutions to our economical issues with solutions. I'm referring now with regard to the generational changes that are coming into effect, that are changing and affecting our countries, but we are not looking at this with a proactive eye. SADC proactively support its member state should be enhanced, and of course that should come to aid with regional integration, that I would say. And how would the doctor perhaps advise our political front to come to the aid of economic front by advice from each member state in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. You have said it very well that the political front tends to take tends to be given high attention in the region. Wherever there's a call somewhere, politically, member states are willing to come in and support. But I'm arguing that one of the reasons to deal with the political pressures is to support each other, encourage other member states to focus on industrialization. We do have resources in each and our respective countries. But if we add value, it means that we create employment for our people, for our citizens. Two, it means that the economy begins to grow. And then three, the market has been expanded. We have been arguing actually that Namibia, for example, and Lesotho, don't look at your market as under just around 2000. Look at market at the continental. You've been given a bigger market to look at. But what is it that you can produce that can enter all those markets there? So to me, my advice is that economic front, there is no any political line that can required there, or partisan line that is required, but we just need ideas that can come and support how the country can grow. That can support and say, okay, when you come to these resources, the best way for us to increase our production, to create jobs for our youth and our women, is to ensure that we do A, B, C, D. That is what is needed. For example, Honorable Member, we do have a charcoal industry that is one of the reasons that was one of the sectors that we're so get interested with. Your charcoal that you are producing. We have discovered that your charcoal that you are producing, we are not processing it, we are not packaging it, we are just from the trees that are from those charcoal, you are sending everything to South Africa. So what you are doing, you are creating jobs for South Africa, not for yourself, not for Namibians. So if countries not looking that way, in a way that we want to see our economies to grow, to have an inclusive economic growth, then it means that you can listen and be able now to work with whoever is interested in ensure the economy is growing. That's my advice that I can say for now.
Thank you, Dr. Richard. Thank you for that insightful presentation. We thank you very, very much on behalf of the committee. Honorable members, I think we can move on to the next presentation. I wish to call upon Mr. Farai.
Só um momento, nossa moderadora. Talvez fosse bom pedirmos ao Dr. Richard para nos disponibilizar a apresentação para termos conosco aqui.
Thank you, Chair. I've shared in the group. Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yeah. You can. Yeah. You can. Ronald can give you rights to share. Yeah. Ronald? That's you.
Is he on WhatsApp or is he on what? Is he on WhatsApp? Is he on WhatsApp? That's just presenting for you? Yes. How many minutes do I have?
How many slides left?
A few,
Like how many?
maybe 10.
I need 20 minutes.
Okay. I want to use 20 minutes.
So just introduce yourself and then
Okay. Do I need to say what protocols?
we didn't set protocols, just over the
Okay.
Recording in progress.
My email?
Unless you want to fill in the form again.
No.
Eu ia, caros colegas, são 11 menos 10. Não sei se o nosso preletor já está pronto para começar, mas se ainda tivesse alguns problemas técnicos, nós fazíamos rapidamente o intervalo de 10 minutos e retomávamos às 11 horas. Is okay? Is here. You said aqui.
Yeah, sure.
Is here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, and all protocols observed. Thank you, Chair. My name is Farai Mutondoro. I'm with the African Institute of Environmental Law. I'm here representing the Zimbabwe Environmental Law Organization. And I want to acknowledge the presentation by my brother, Dr. Richard. I think it's in sync with the context that you have established. The talk is around critical mineral global value chains from a SADC perspective. And my assignment is to talk about the possibilities of having such a value chain within the SADC region. My presentation will be so long so that I think we allow more conversations post the presentation. So I'm happy that we are doing this presentation using PowerPoint devices. We are connected to our translation devices. We all have cell phones, laptops, iPads, speaking to the bigger market that the so-called critical minerals have, not only outside Africa or outside SADC, but within SADC itself. By God's blessing, SADC was about 25% of our global critical energy transition minerals, and this does provide strategic advantage for low carbon transition and industrialization. I think the presentation by Dr. Richard around industrialization, and I know that Kuda will also talk about it. Ultimately, once you industrialize, you need a market for whatever you're producing. And the SADC market is big enough to consume whatever that we are going to produce. But the sad reality is that, however, we capture limited value from all the critical minerals that we have combined as the SADC region. And there is a need for a strategy. We need a strategy as SADC to ensure that we industrialize and capture more value from our critical mineral endowments. So I won't bore you with stats. You already know that DRC is around 70% of the global cobalt output. It's known. Zambia has so much copper endowments. In actual fact, I think Zambia is trying to target to produce 3 million tons of copper going forward. Zimbabwe is the leading supplier of lithium within Africa. But even with capacity to produce at least 20%, only meeting 1% of the global output of lithium that is required. South Africa has manganese, DRC, Mozambique has graphite. So in as far as endowments, SADC has such endowments. The bigger question is, can SADC industrialize, leveraging on critical minerals? The bigger question is, can SADC harness the opportunity offered by the Paris Agreement to develop and industrialize, taking advantage of the protocols that Dr. Richard spoke about? So those are the statistics that I mentioned of what DRC has, what Namibia has in terms of lithium, what Zimbabwe has, what South Africa has. Beyond some of these examples, I think the other advantage that SADC has is that Botswana has done so much in as far as diamond value capture is concerned. So there are lived policy examples of what needs to be done if we can take a leaf from what Botswana has done. But there remain challenges, like I noted. I think with respect to DRC, we are seeing the introduction of the quota system as a measure to make sure that at least DRC does put some value capture on its cobalt. We're also seeing countries like Namibia and Zimbabwe, where I'm from, putting in place statutory instruments banning the exportation of raw lithium or unprocessed lithium. We are seeing, like Dr. Richard said, weak regional industrial linkages. As I'm speaking right now, I think DRC and Zambia signed an MOU for battery manufacturing. DRC has also signed some memorandum of understanding with EU and with the Americans. As we are seated in this room, there's a peace accord signed with facilitation of the Americans between DRC and Rwanda. But all of those are framed and are linked to critical mineral value chains. So the bigger question then is, what are the prospects for a thriving value chain within the SADC region? I think that's the conversation that we need to talk about. So definitely there is lack of coordinated beneficiation incentives, because I think the bigger question is, if Zimbabwe is to participate in such a value chain, the key question is, what is in it for us? If Lesotho is to take part, the key question is, what is the shared interest and incentive that Lesotho will unlock from such a value chain? But I think it's important that I know that no single SADC country can control the fuel mineral value chain. We do not have capacity. and Europe does not also have capacity. If one European country, they can't do it alone. They need to approach this value chain as a collective. We are inspired as a think tank and as policy practitioners by what EU has done. And thank you, Dr. Richard, for sharing that the thinking around SADC formation, we got inspiration from the European Union. And one thing which I like about the EU is the Airbus example. I think if we follow the Airbus example, Airbus is surpassing Boeing. But let's zoom in our eyes on where materials are sourced, because they need 300 million parts in developing Airbus. And I'm happy that I think the Honorable from Namibia has a background in airplanes. They source materials from all the European countries. So all the European countries, their interest is ensured in the Airbus value chain. From your France, Germany, all countries in EU, they contribute a component in the assembling and production of Airbus. I think states is very interesting. I think I would urge members of parliament to take time to look at Airbus. It came in so late, but it is surpassing Boeing. Less cases where Airbus is plummeting or falling as compared to Boeing. So the EU, they sat down and said, how can we compete with Boeing? And they are doing so well, as this slide shows. So some of the materials are from France, as shown by that diagram over there, Germany, UK, all the European countries, they make a contribution to Boeing. And essentially, when you talk about regional integration, we need a model. If we are to develop EV batteries, the key question is, what is in it for a country like Tanzania, for instance? What is in it for a country like Zimbabwe? And here we propose a model that we think the SADC PF needs to look into. I'm happy to share my presentation after. Yeah, I'll definitely share. It's shared already. Okay, let me go there. You are okay. Thank you. So we are proposing that SADC needs to move from being a commodity extraction geographical space. But if you look at the current agreements, I'm keen to hear your reflections as members of parliament. If you look at Lobito, we're talking about trade corridors. Lobito, for instance, is it not more of a pits to ports arrangements, allowing again the transportation of minerals in their raw format from DRC and Zambia to different centers where value will be added? If you look at Tazara again, from a regional integration perspective, is it not the same arrangements of moving pits to ports? So I think SADC leaders, they are confronted by a wicked problem in economic sense, where you want to make sure that you grow your economy. You have a short lifespan within the political space. 5 years is coming, 5 years are going. You want to grow the economy. You want to grow jobs. So we settle for less. We settle for royalties and taxes. We say value addition is mere flotation, crushing of lithium from lithium concentrate, lithium ore to lithium concentrate. But again, that's not where the real value is. If anything, studies are showing that to move at upstream level in terms of banning exportation of lithium ore, you are doing industry a good service, because now they can ship lithium, which is less weighty. They will just crush it, do flotation, then they can move it from Namibia to China or from Zimbabwe to China. It's less bulky now. So the benefits that government are seeing are that of charging VAT, but you are losing much more from that. So the losses are in the water requirements that you need for flotation purposes. You need so much water. So I think SADC nations are still grappling the question on how do we capture value. Listening to the conversations, Koda and others, I think we are using the term value chain, value creation, value upgrading so much. But the fundamental question is, what opportunities are there for SADC to capture real value? Because there's perceived value, but there's also real value. And I'll share one example where I think there's some value capture that we are seeing within the region. And this is the example. This is the example of the copper rods and scrap copper. South Africa last year, 2023, imported so much of copper scrap, some from Cote d'Ivoire, some from Italy, some from America. But DRC and Zambia collectively, they can produce so much copper rods. Already there are institutions. There's Zafema in Zambia. There's Congolese fabrication companies that are doing copper rods manufacturing. But the key challenge that companies in DRC and Zambia face is that there's a small market within SADC and Africa for copper scrap and copper rods. But if you're going to talk about electricity access, we need copper wires. The SADC region needs copper wires. We have a fundamental challenge of being less connected to the electricity grid. We can't afford to go and buy copper wires from Dubai, from UAE, but that is reality as it is. So one value chain upgrading opportunity that is there, that is least costly for the region, is that of copper wires. We need copper wires for the sake of industrialization. We need copper wires for us to improve our access to energy. So this is the valuation of the copper wire road market. And I think Mining Indaba is coming. I did walk around the Mining Indaba booth. Some of the copper wires are coming from Dubai, UAE. And we are also seeing investment by Gulf nations in companies in Zambia, for instance. So they are seeing an opportunity that we are not seeing as a region. So that's the example that I shared of copper cobalt value chain between DRC and Zambia. There are so many conversations around setting aside a special economic zone in Kolwezi between DRC and Zambia. But again, the fundamental question is that from a regional perspective, this value chain would need South Africa. It has a bigger market. Already South Africa has capacity of assembly lines for motor vehicles. So DRC and Zambia cannot do it alone. They need South Africa. They also need Zimbabwe with lithium. So I think we are settling for minimal benefits, but there are more benefits that we can untap from the critical mineral value chains if we work as a region. I know Kuda will talk about green steel. So when I did the presentation, I said I won't talk about green steel so that you speak more to that. Again, when you look at Zimbabwe, we are talking about, I think we are going in it solely to say we want to ban the exportation of lithium on ore. But again, we need financing to set up refinery. It was easy for Indonesia, and I also blame scholars and people writing research in this room. We throw case studies to parliamentarians that we can do what Indonesia did. It was easy for Indonesia to ban the exportation of nickel because Indonesia is quite closer to China. It makes more sense for China to move in capital into Indonesia and set up refinery for nickel than it is for China to pump in money in Zimbabwe, Zambia, or Namibia to set up refinery for lithium. It's very difficult. So one, Zimbabwe alone cannot access financing to add value to its lithium. Neither can Namibia do. Neither can South Africa do. So we need to work as a collective, and that's what we are pushing across. We have graphite in Mozambique. The question remains the same, that we are still more confined on upstream economic activities. We need to go beyond flake graphite to spherical graphite that can be used for lithium batteries. The same applies for South Africa, for Tanzania. But in hindsight, I think we have the benefit of having the Inga Dam. I know, Kuda, you are going to talk about the Inga Dam and the capacity Inga has in terms of providing electricity to the region. Two, we need to reflect and interrogate the Lobito corridor, the Angola, DRC, Zambia. We also need to look at the transport corridors. Do they mirror the SADC interest? I thought it best to share a model of what we think could work. We believe that if we are going to do EVs, electric vehicle batteries, DRC can provide copper and cobalt. Zimbabwe will provide lithium, spodumene, lithium. Zambia will provide copper for foils and wiring. South Africa will provide manganese and vanadium. Mozambique graphite, Botswana solar and green hydrogen potential to power processing. So there are shared benefits in as far as supply of battery minerals at that stage, upstream level. At the midstream level, this is what we propose. Zimbabwe does lithium chemical conversion plants together with Namibia. Zambia copper foil rolling. South Africa cathode and anode materials, research and development. Mozambique graphite anode processing. Lesotho assembly of wiring harnesses and lightweight structural components. At downstream level, in terms of battery manufacturing, battery cell, pack assembly, South Africa has the capacity for gigafactory assembly hubs, EV integration. Zambia and Zimbabwe and Namibia could then focus for assembly of stationary storage systems, solars, and mini grids. This is just one component. But to get to that, we need the support of SADC as a collective. We need the support of SADC as a collective. Where do we need the support of SADC? There's need to harmonize local content policies to improve bargaining power and ensure fair value capture. There's need for SADC parliamentarians to have conversations around developing complementary specialization along the value chains across SADC countries so that the benefits are shared equally among SADC countries. There's need to create regional research and innovation hubs for clean technologies and circular resource use. I think we are in a spree noticing that universities in SADC, there's a center of excellence for battery manufacturing in Lumumbashi. There's one in Zambia at Copperbelt University. I think how it should work is that the specialization should be in different areas along the value chain. So Copperbelt University could specialize around exploration. The other university, Cape Town University, they've specialized on another component so that research centers and research hubs, they complement one another. Then essentially there's need to adopt common environmental, social certification standards to access green markets. We also propose what are some of the key areas of a SADC critical mineral strategy. Value chain mapping is very essential in industrial zoning. Where are we going to locate the industries at a SADC level? Regional beneficiation incentives framework so that you lure in Lesotho, you bring in Eswatini, you bring in Zimbabwe. Without a framework to define what are the incentives, it's difficult to sell. There is need for joint research and commercialization platforms. There is need then to talk about integrated infrastructure and acceleration task force. But critical to the success of this is skills training and youth industrial workforce programs. In one of the papers that we are writing, we're grappling with the question on what's practical for Zambia and DRC or Zimbabwe in terms of value capture. And one of the models that we propose is difficult. I want to hear your thoughts as well. Is around negotiating, let's say, with China under South to South. To say, China, we are not going to compete with you in terms of setting up refinery in Africa. It will take us years and it takes us so much resources. Why can't China offer us a service? China takes our minerals. We are not selling to China, but we pay for the processing and refinery. We pay either in cash or kind, so we give them access to mines or we give them money. So they'll add value to lithium, to copper, to cobalt up to a certain level. Then they'll ship back those products to Africa, to SADC rather, so that manufacturing will take place within SADC. That's one arrangement. They call it cooperative agreements on value addition. Same can apply to the Americans or to EU. So I think the main conversation around a SADC critical mineral strategy would benefit so much from insights already established in the Africa Green Minerals Strategy. I want to end on that note. I think the DRC president said it well. We no longer want to be just a mining site. It's time to process the minerals mined in our countries domestically. China has agreed to support our industrialization. I think there's a facade around industrialization. There is good authoritative data showing that the OECD will do everything it can to protect intellectual property rights around industrialization and technology. China won't give us this intellectual property rights for free. We can't access it for free. We have to work as a region to improve our intellectual property on understanding value chains. I think if we are looking at states, most people would think that when you go into Zambia, the Chinese have a huge stake into Zambia's copper. But apparently it's not China, it's Switzerland. Through trading corridor companies like Glencore, like Trafigura. So as we are discussing industrialization in this room, knowledge is also evolving. IPRs are being signed. So I think we are lagging behind. We can't afford to keep on walking. We need to increase our pace. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such an insightful presentation. Through you, Honorable Chair, I think we can take a tea break to 11:30. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Eu peço desculpas à moderadora. É isso, 15 minutos. São 15 minutos de intervalo, certo?
15 minutes, so
15 min-
15 minutes.
Mas eu ia pedir aos colegas para estarmos mesmo aqui dentro de 15 minutos, porque estamos atrasados em relação ao tempo, para retomarmos a fase de perguntas, debate em relação a essa preleção que foi apresentada. Agradeço. Muito obrigado.
Honorable members, if there are any questions for the presentation. Honorable member from Namibia. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate, of course, through the chair, and of course, through the moderator, just to appreciate Mr. Farai for the good presentation and thought-provoking ideas that he's been deliberating on. This opens up and, of course, reminds me of the RDF that was presented yesterday, the call for it, the Regional Development Fund, that we need to also put our commitment to in order to make this a reality, because it takes collective efforts from each member state just to ensure that we fund our own value addition processes in our collective countries. Well, your presentation was quite thorough and good to the point that it raises no much further questions unless we deliberate further afterwards as well. But however, I saw a missing element. Perhaps if you could just enlighten as to why it was not included, the mineral of uranium. Yeah, why uranium was not part of your presentation, which plays a big part in globally. As you can see, China also, import uranium from African state, and one of their interest in Southern Africa is also uranium, in respect of coming up with nuclear weapons and, of course, energy. Some of them, the non-proliferation treaty also states as such, but it gives these nations also superpower ability. But of course, that's not the bigger aspect of it, but we speak in respect of energy that comes out of uranium, which is quite clean and so forth. I understand we are going to speak green energy hereafter, but uranium should also be part of the minerals to be up for discussion. And Namibia is in the top 5 of uranium, even I think number 3 worldwide production of uranium. Why was that not included? Is that not perhaps an avenue we need also to speak on in respect of SADC and its development when we speak of value addition and exporting of raw minerals and resources and so forth? So if you can just enlighten on that. But otherwise, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member from Mozambique.
Muito obrigado. Nossa moderadora, muito obrigado, presidente desta comissão, caros deputados. Eu queria, se me permitir, o nosso palestrante, doutor Farai, se eu não estiver a errar o nome aqui, gostaria de procurar saber de si que na sua investigação poderá porventura ter procurado se os líderes da África Austral continuam ou não comprometidos com o progresso, como fizeram em 1980, quando fundaram a SADC. Coloco isto porque, naquela altura, todos estavam juntos para romper a dependência com outros países. E olhando para o cenário atual, cada estado luta sozinho. Luta sozinho com a China, luta sozinho com os Estados Unidos, luta sozinho com a União Europeia. Então, perante esse cenário, há alguma luz no túnel que irá, de fato, ajudar que esses países estejam unidos para que possam, de forma organizada, e consciente poder enfrentar as grandes potências, com vista a garantir que os recursos disponíveis sejam processados aqui. Em segundo lugar, que possam negociar com as grandes potências aquilo que a África Austral quer, não aquilo que as potências querem. Essa é a questão que deixo em aberto. E muito obrigado.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Chair.
Muito obrigada, mecenato. Eu até já estive aqui a comentar com o preletor o porquê que só mencionou alguns países da SADC em relação àquilo que possuem como minerais críticos e não mencionou outros. Bom, das duas, uma, ou é porque o estudo que fez centrou-se nos países que foram aqui apresentados, ou por falta de tempo, de conhecimento, e por isso eu gostaria aqui também de participar nesse debate que considero de extrema importância, porque essa questão dos minerais críticos já abordamos aqui na comissão, pelo menos há um ano que temos estado a abordar essa questão aqui na comissão. Recentemente, há menos de 2 semanas, Angola realizou uma reunião internacional para abordar os minerais críticos. E nessa reunião, Angola reafirmou a sua disposição de, como Estado-membro da SADC, alinhar as suas políticas públicas com os instrumentos regionais que visam promover o desenvolvimento sustentável, a governação responsável dos recursos naturais e a integração econômica e regional. A base para esse trabalho começou há 10 anos, há mais de 10 anos atrás. Portanto, onde a Angola implementou um programa que chamou de Planageo, portanto, um programa geológico, onde mapeou todos os recursos que Angola tem. Com esse programa, hoje nós temos a visão do que nós temos como minérios, a capacidade comercial, se esses minérios têm capacidade comercial, a quantidade que nós temos desses minérios. Então, me parece que este foi o ponto de partida para Angola em relação aos minérios críticos. Daí a necessidade de nós estarmos a dar passos, mas sempre tendo em conta que Angola é um país da região da SADC e as suas políticas estão dentro daquilo que são as políticas da SADC. Este debate também nos traz luz em relação àquilo que nós temos como legislação. Nós temos a lei mineral e temos o Código Mineiro, mas acredito que esta foi aprovada antes do levantamento que foi feito. Portanto, acredito que é uma lei que precisa de ser atualizada. Estamos à espera que a SADC tenha uma lei modelo sobre a mineração para então podermos adequar a nossa lei à lei da SADC. Há toda a necessidade, e como foi já frisado aqui, tanto agora como no preletor anterior, de definirmos uma estratégia, cada país definir a sua estratégia, mas essa estratégia tem que estar, de facto, alinhada com aquilo que é a estratégia da região. Nós temos, e com base nisso, nós podemos aqui destacar que o potencial da Angola em minérios críticos como lítio, cobre, níquel, grafite e terras raras é bastante. E, aliás, como foi dito aqui, como o nosso preletor, quando começou a sua preleção, dizer que a SADC, a região da SADC é uma região agraciada por Deus pela quantidade de recursos. Portanto, Angola não fica atrás. Por isso é que eu pensei que o nosso preletor fosse aqui nos falar dos países todos, mas se calhar a amostra foi só para esses 5 ou 6 países que foram aqui apresentados. Portanto, e dentro desse grupo de minérios, a necessidade de desenvolver uma estratégia nacional de minérios críticos alinhado com os planos de industrialização da SADC e da Agenda 2063 da União Africana. Nós ontem vimos aqui o protocolo industrial, que muitos países ainda não ratificaram, mas de facto a nossa estratégia passa de facto pela industrialização, por criarmos indústria nos nossos países e a partir daí nós podermos criar cadeias de valor, como já ficou aqui dito, na nossa região. Outra questão que também nos pode, que nos pode ajudar nessa estratégia é que a mineração pode ser o motor de desenvolvimento humano na nossa região, promovendo emprego local, por um lado, infraestruturas sociais como educação, técnica e saúde comunitária. Mas também nós podemos criar aquilo que chamamos o conteúdo local. Podemos aproveitar o conteúdo local para começarmos a criar mais-valia nos nossos países. Eu não me vou alongar muito, mas gostaria de enfatizar, eu sei que essa questão da lei modelo, da lei modelo sobre os minérios críticos já está na forja aqui a nível da SADC, mas eu considero ser bastante importante. Estamos a perder algum tempo. Nós já começamos essa abordagem há um ano atrás e ainda estamos a processar. Às vezes perdemos algum tempo com algumas questões, que podem ser feitas com mais celeridade. Portanto, porque considero que a lei modelo representa uma oportunidade para os nossos países consolidarem uma mineração sustentável, inclusiva e ética, que sirva de base para o desenvolvimento econômico e social dos nossos países. Eu acho o grande desafio que nós temos para os próximos anos é precisamente termos uma lei e a partir dela nós começamos a criar modelos de desenvolvimento na nossa região para que os minérios críticos sejam de facto para benefício das nossas comunidades, das nossas populações. Muito obrigada Portanto, é tudo que eu tenho neste momento em relação a essa questão. E muito obrigada ao nosso preletor pela preleção que nos fez aqui há pouco. Obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for your submission. Honorable Member from Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Member Sinati. I have a small question. My question is, to our presenter who presented but the presentation, very, very valuable. I didn't hear you mention or talk about the soils, precious soils. I remember in our country, we have soils. Some of them are so precious, we even use them on our faces, makeup. And I remember some time ago, I saw the map. One friend of mine, a minister, he showed me the map that had where those precious soils, including the minerals, of course, where they'd been mapped in the country. The reason I'm asking about the soils is because recently I saw on the market very, very expensive makeup products, cosmetics, which are made out of soil. And they've been imported. They are right here in South Africa, but they've been imported from Europe. I was even wondering, where did they get the soil? Isn't it coming from our continent? I was just wondering. And they are very, very, this makeup made out of minerals, they are said to be natural and they bring very minimum reaction, but they are also costly. That's the first question. The second question, we've been talking about the protocol on industry and intra-regional is it trade? He also brought it up. But honorable members, it's only yesterday that we had that this protocol has only been, I think, ratified by 2 or 3 countries, I think. And under this protocol, in order for it to be implemented, we also need to open, to have the Regional Development Fund, which requires $120 million US. Now, I'm aware of industries happening between, 2 countries, 3 countries on their own. But what I want to know, is this a very achievable target to trade, on the SADC region? Is this, honorable members, genuinely an achievable target, considering all this? And let's remember that in order for this protocol to be to start functioning, at least 2/3 of the countries should sign. Thank you. Not sign, my apology, but ratify. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable member from Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Moderator, and thank you again to our presenter. I think I think it is within the blood of us as Africans that we are always rallying behind in terms of frustrating trade, tourism. Now we're looking at issues of protocols being rectified, where we are ceded to at times. We are always rallying behind. Again, to our presenter, we've got this issue of cross-border barriers, let me put it that way. I don't know what strategy they used in Europe for for easily mobility of the people, because I think everything started there. I would agree when I look at the different components that have been manufactured by the different countries. I'm looking at us as other countries. I'm just imagining, buying something from Namibia, to mix up with my production in Eswatini, and buying again from Botswana. How feasible will it be, according to maybe to your research, as maybe the European countries have done? And I guess maybe besides that, we've been talking about visas and stuff, which I am worried if you think will it work for us at a certain extent, for countries like us. Like I'm saying, we are always rallying behind in terms of tourism, trade, and right now, instead of buying within the SADC region, we choose to go to China. Everything that we want for anything, we choose China. I know we're promoting their resource, we promoting their income as a country, but looking at the GDPs that we have in the SADC region, how possible will it be for us to get to that stage where we will say buy from SADC? Is it possible to influence this the African mind? As you know, and I'm sorry to tell you this, I've seen people buying products, doing facial, their facials on their face. They're trying to be white. We are failing to accept what we are. So from that mindset, is it possible for us, maybe presenter? I'm trying to say, under the SADC forum, let's get away to where we will remove, that black mindset that we will always look down upon ourselves. We always think anything that comes from the black fraternity, it is impossible to probably, maybe to come into production. Maybe let me just end there, my presenter. But anyway, I'm happy the way you guys have done the research, and I really promise you, if these protocols will be adhered to, maybe as other countries will be very much developed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member from the DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous ai suivi religieusement et vous avez mené de bonnes recherches. Et merci, il y a quelques choses que vous n'avez pas peut-être pu citer pour la RDC, parce que c'est pourquoi on parle de la RDC comme scandale géologique. Mais la RDC aujourd'hui est victime aussi de ces mêmes minéraux-là. C'est pourquoi on qualifie les minéraux de sang. Toutes ces guerres, c'est à cause de ces minéraux. Je crois qu'il faut activer ces différents protocoles. Si au niveau de la région, il y avait tous ces protocoles signés, peut-être ça nous éviterait aussi d'aller vers les États-Unis. Aujourd'hui, il y a tous ces accords signés aux États-Unis, à Doha. C'est parce qu'on veut la paix. Mais si au niveau de la région, il y avait toute cette collaboration entre nous, au niveau de la sous-région, peut-être que ça nous éviterait beaucoup de choses, et on pourrait aussi facilement se développer. Nous sommes un pays riche, mais la population vit dans une pauvreté extrême. Je crois que c'est un peu ça, merci.
Thank you, Honorable. You can go ahead, Kuda.
Thank you, Masenate. Good morning to you all, honorables. Just a quick support of my dear colleague Farai's presentation. It is important from an employment point of view for us as the SADC region to not necessarily fixate on the minerals in themselves. What actually creates employment is what we call backward linkages, or the industries that support the mining industry in itself. And currently in the SADC region, we still import a lot of the machinery that we use to mine and then export the minerals. So a lot of this conversation, of course, has focused on the exportation of minerals, which is a very valid conversation to have. But what we call equipment original manufacturing is equally important from a job creation point of view. To support and to give you ideas of what we're speaking about. Think about the tires that you need in mining, brake systems, the engines, the rock tools that actually drill in the mining. That is where the real jobs come. Mining in itself and the beneficiation of it, technically speaking, is a very small component of job creation. So this is to also say, even for those countries that do not have as much of the minerals as compared to other countries, within the SADC region, it's also possible to specialize in terms of the manufacturing of the original equipment that is then used for mining, and we can equally contribute. So again, it's not necessarily about having the minerals, but it's also about being part of the mineral value chain, and we can all benefit from that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can go ahead and respond.
Thank you so much, honorables, for the honorable questions. Yeah, I think much of them were comments. My apologies for some of the countries that I omitted. It wasn't deliberate. It was just to provoke a conversation. And one thing to underline is when we look at data around mining, I think what I do find worrying is that it's sources like USGS, United States Geological Service. They share the data. When you go to the section on America, they put a letter W, they withhold that information. So we are here discussing critical minerals, which are critical for our transition, but we are not even producing data to drive our conversations in terms of what does Angola have in terms of phosphorus? What does Angola have in terms of cobalt? So the key and fundamental question then becomes that SADC and the SADC parliamentarians need to push conversations around exploration, geological data, which is a fundamental premise of the Africa Mining Vision. Do we really know what we are signing on to in terms of trade agreements with, be it with China, the Americans, whosoever? We could be trading 84 for 20. So definitely Angola has a huge component to play in the critical mineral value chains. Your location to the Atlantic is very critical in terms of shipping. Phosphorus, I think Morocco is now reaping benefits of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but it's a source of phosphate fertilizers. Morocco is doing wonderful in as far as phosphate fertilizers are concerned. So that's one aspect which we need to talk to, especially when we talk about Angola. I want to come to some of the questions. Kuda, thank you so much for that. So I think much of the conversations around value chain upgrading, they are more focused on the mineral itself and not other related processes like your backward and forward linkages. So we propose a model, and we feel that the strategy should talk about social upgrading so that you have a thriving value chain that is met by thriving skills and capacities of your people, of your population. People, are they skilled enough to sustain and support a value chain? We talk about environmental upgrading. I think when we go to DRC, as you rightly noted, DRC, Zambia, even Zimbabwe, the cases of pollution and degradation. So if we do not do environmental upgrading, ensuring that we have enough safeguards, you can have a thriving value chain, but at the expense of your environment. Economic upgrading, I think fiscal regimes and so forth are very critical. And the backward interlinkages are also critical that you shared, Kuda. I think one reality which does confront us, I think maybe you talked about the cosmetics of clays and ilmenite. Those are the types of soils that are being talked about. So I think the challenge is we do not know what we have. One person once said that we don't know what we don't know. So we spend so much time conversing around value chains where some countries have already leapfrogged and we are trailing behind to connect it to the honorable from Eswatini. So data shows that economies that grow are economies that invest in research and development. So when you look comparatively at our comparative and collective economies, it's only South Africa that puts so much of its budget to GDP towards research and development. Because research is fundamental to you understanding a future economy. What will the future economy look like? And if we don't want to trail behind in a future economy, it's high time we have such conversations in such forums to say, are we financing so much of research and development? I think in the American case, what I do find fascinating is that when Joe Biden came into power, he signed an executive order to assess the extent to which America was vulnerable to China. They noted that between 2009 and 2019, China was giving subsidies to Chinese companies to develop a value chain that they have today. So when everyone else was concentrating on certain things, China was looking at a future economy, which brings me to my second point around regional cooperation. It's difficult for Lesotho, with all respect to Lesotho or Zimbabwe, with a GDP of 3.5 billion, to negotiate with a powerhouse like China with a GDP of $19 trillion. It's very difficult. It's difficult for Zambia. They won't take Zambia serious. But so when you look at FOCAC conversations, we have an Africa-focused conversation, but we have bilateral conversations. The Lesotho are trying to negotiate better with China. Zambia is negotiating better with China. It's more like a race to the bottom, that we want to present ourselves as a collective and individuals. So the investor, China be one, or the Americans, they won't take us so serious. We are competing against one another. So fundamentally, collective cooperation, trade agreements, protocols are very critical. Uranium, that wasn't deliberate. I was going to talk about it at the very end. And I know Kuda might speak to some of that. So allow me to talk about uranium at the tail end. I love uranium, by the way. There was a conversation to say mobility and barriers. I think Europe have a European single market. If you buy a car in Germany, you can ship it to Spain. You don't pay any additional cost. And I think Dr. Richard also did talk about the bottlenecks in our regimes, that we have regional instruments, but at the same time, when you come to country, national level, we have some barriers that are more driven by national policies, and we need to address that. But how do we do that? The fundamental question is to define what are the incentives for every country in the region. So Greece could be the poorest country in EU, but it's tapping onto the benefits of being in the European Union because the incentives are clear. So even if I'm to omit one country in this conversation, the SADC critical mineral value chain should cater for the least economy and cater for the highly developed economy, just like EU is framed like. Because if you look at Greece, I think we could compete better with Greece. Some countries in Africa can far outweigh Greece, but it's enjoying benefits of being a collective. Coming on to the last question on uranium. It was deliberate because I wanted to conclude my presentation by talking about an innovative lab that we run. So we have a lab that we are calling the Africa Energy Policy Lab. Lab as in laboratory. So the idea of the lab is to engage with African governments, African parliamentarians, African policymakers around energy transition. To say energy-related transitions, they are more futuristic, long-term. They are not 4 or 5 year plans. Can we get into lab conversations, let's say with the government of Namibia, where on one end, they are pursuing oil and gas investments. On the other hand, there are fantastic opportunities for renewables. so that Namibia can envision a future on renewables while also confronting the sad reality of oil and gas. So to do that, we want to do some experimentations to say, what is a model scenario for Namibia like 15 years from now? What can we learn from Angola, which once had a thriving cotton sector before oil and gas came in, and now the cotton sector is gone? What can we learn from Mozambique, which 2014 was presented by IMF as Africa's giant in terms of Africa rising? But within minutes, Mozambique's economy was going down and Cabo Delgado came through. We can only do that through bringing along think tanks in Africa. We have 18 think tanks that are supporting the lab. And next week we are in Namibia to talk to government to say, what are some of the challenges with the framing of oil and gas economy? What opportunities exist in renewables? So renewables, uranium becomes one of the examples that we ought to talk about. I'm keen to have a conversation with you after I think I think the Germans were very clear to Ethiopia around other sources, nuclear-related sources of energy, and them supporting carbon credit. So I think there is that geopolitics also around some of our energy sources that Africa has to exploit. I hope, Madam, I responded to all questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can engage the honorable member.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I think you have exhausted all the questions. Through you, Honorable Chair, we can move to the next presentation. Thank you. Honorable members, he is part of our technical working group and partner to the SADC PF, so they're always welcome to bringing any new information to the TIFI committee. Thank you very much. Can we please?
My sincerest apologies. I'm just getting the link and I'll then be able to present.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, Chair. Sorry to meet. All right. Is this better? Okay, fantastic. Okay. What? Oh, yeah. D'accord. Once again, good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorables, and thank you so much for this opportunity. As I stated yesterday, my name is Kudakwashe Manjonjo. There's a misconception that I'm from Zimbabwe, but I'm actually from the Zambezi River, since I live in the Victoria Falls, and I refuse
to be conditioned to live in one country. So you can consider me Kudakwashi from the Zambezi River. So thank you so much for this opportunity. In my capacity, I work for PowerShift Africa, which is a think tank that works on energy and the likes. I specifically focus on critical minerals and industrialization, and you'll see a bias to my presentation. But the reason we have been invited to this parliamentary forum is because of our expertise, and more importantly, through the Secretariat of the Parliamentary Forum, we were invited to support the establishment of a technical working group. And that's what I'll start this presentation on. Over the last 2 days, we have spoken quite a lot about the need for capacity building amongst our parliaments, as well as our parliamentarians around the issues of industry. And we have constantly used the European Union as a counter example as to why are they able to do it and how are they doing it. And I'll give you an example that a setting like this, and I've been unfortunate to have to go to Europe to fight against what they call the EU Raw Materials Act. And in a setting just like this one, where they have committee members from all their parliaments from the European countries, they have a technical working group of up to 400 people working on very different things, very minute things. But imagine that capacity of 400 people supporting you as parliamentarians in terms of the establishment of a lot of things. Of course, we are not there, and that is okay. We are starting where we are, and we believe that the establishment of this working group will support you technically with being able to essentially call anyone from the working group and say, so and so is being discussed in our parliament. How can you help us? And what you'll see there that we've presented there is basically some of the functions that this working group will be focusing on. For example, we want to be able to provide technical assistance on a regular basis during committee sittings like this as to how the treaties are going, the protocols are going, and how we can support your advocacy for their ratification in your different countries. We already have spoken quite a lot about the model laws, and there are a lot of model laws that we can design and set up. And ideally, we should be in the position as the technical working group to have a draft in place so that by the time you come here, you're already arguing over something that's got a bit of meat to it. And you're now just deciding if you're wanting to bake this meat, grill this meat, or you prefer to biltong it, depending from which part of the region you are. So that's the idea of this technical working group. And we have quite a number of obligations and hopes, as you can see. And also the composition of this technical working group will not just be people like myself from civil society. We're hoping to get technocrats from ministries across the SADC region, specifically in trade, finance, industry, and investment. We want to work with the trade unions, the parliamentary groupings that focus on the issues here, ministries, of course, academia, activists, as well as other regional economic communities. We believe this composition will grow with time, and currently we have about 10 committed civil society organizations and some union organizations such as SATUC, for those who have worked a lot with the SADC. SATUC is basically the Southern Africa Trade Union Committee, where a lot of the trade unions from the region meet, and they're all going to be part of this technical working group. So we believe that this is the beginning of something that's very good, and we want to really harness as much work through this technical working group for you to be able to do your jobs a lot easier. So that was the first part of my presentation about this working group, and I'll be the deputy chair. You met my chair of the working group yesterday, Malape from EJN, and she'll be the chair of that, and I'll be the deputy chair of this working group for at least 1 year. Now on to my actual presentation. And this one, I'll be focusing on, my apologies, I'll be focusing on a very tricky situation that's happening with our region, where in as much as we want to industrialize and we understand the need for industrialization, there's a very severe climate crisis that's happening across the world. And for your own information, Southern Africa is by far the most affected region globally. So essentially, there is no other region in the world that has suffered as much as we have from the climate crisis as we now know it. I know we're all aware of Cyclone Idai that affected havoc in Mozambique about 2 years ago. We're also aware of a lot of the dry spells that have affected Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia. So by far, we're the most affected. However, how do we balance the need for industrialization, but at the same time understanding the climate crisis that we have? The term that is now being developed is the need for what is being called green industrialization. And I'll speak about what green industrialization is and the content and context of what was agreed on at the Heads of State Summit in August around one type of corridor, which is called the North-South Corridor. And I'll give more details about that just now. So before I am criticized for only focusing on certain countries, please be known, please let it be known that there are at least 17 corridors that are functioning in the SADC region currently. I don't know if you can see, but I'll say some of them. There's the North-South Corridor, the Beira Corridor, which has about 4 countries, Nakala Corridor, Lobito Corridor, which is quite popular, the Trans-Kalahari Corridor, etc., etc. And also, these corridors, as you can hear, most of them are based on the countries that are on the land, but there's also a maritime strategy that was adopted during the SADC summit. And this includes, of course, our island states such as Mauritius, Seychelles, Madagascar, as well as the countries that have got access to the ocean. So all these corridors, in one way or the other, are doing quite a lot of work. I think our honorables from Namibia and Botswana are aware of the Kazungula border, as well as Zambia, which is basically a corridor that set up a bridge which is now connecting these countries very well and is progressing quite well. Why are these things like this corridor important? My other country of origin, Zimbabwe, refused to join Kazungula corridor, and they're now crying about not being able to be part of this corridor in hindsight. So these corridors actually do have economic development, and there is hope for what they can do for us. So in my presentation, I'll be focusing on the North-South corridor, which was agreed on during the SADC summit this previous August. What is the North-South corridor? The North-South corridor includes 7 countries. This is Botswana, DRC, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And in this corridor, it composes about 60% of all SADC trade and serves over half of the region's population. It was agreed on, as I mentioned earlier, by the heads of state at the SADC summit in Madagascar, including the maritime strategy. These were both agreed there. And the pilot program for this strategy is going to be in 2026. The idea of this North-South corridor is essentially to move away from the corridor as we can imagine it being just a transportation corridor, but to turn it into a hub of economic development and regional integration. That's essentially the idea of these corridors, understanding that a lot of our infrastructure, when it was built to basically extract value from the region. We are trying to redesign these corridors in a way that we actually have a lot more interlinkages, not for the sake of just getting to Durban or to Beira to export whatever we're producing, but to keep as much of the value within the region amongst each other and amongst our countries. So for that to happen, and this goes back to the point I made about the idea of green industrialization. What is green industrialization? And my apologies, you've heard a lot of terms and terminologies over the last 2 days. This will be the last one, at least from me. And green industrialization is basically the aim of building green economies that have low carbon, are resource efficient, and are also socially inclusive. And I'll focus on the first point, which I think is the most important around what green industrialization means for us in the SADC region, and that is being low carbon. For those who may not know, over 60% of our energy in SADC comes from 3 sources of energy: coal, oil, or gas. In terms of export revenue, it even gets up to 75% because we rely heavily on the export proceeds, not just minerals, but from coal, oil, and gas. What that also then means is that most of our industries, what powers most of those industries is actually this dirty fossil fuels, which of course affects our climate crisis as we know it. To be sure, Africa as a whole is not the main proponent of the climate crisis. We only affect 4% globally speaking. However, there are also microclimates that have changed drastically because of our use of fossil fuels and in certain regions. For example, where I was born, it's called Hwange town. Hwange is the 14th biggest mining town in SADC region. It supplies coal to DRC, to Zimbabwe, to Zambia, to South Africa. But in that coal region, our heat gets all the way up to 40% in a yearly basis, and that's because of the microclimate. So there are adverse effects already in terms of how our economies are designed. And because of the necessity to move away from fossil fuels, globally speaking, but also the need for us to look for more efficient ways of producing and industrializing, we are trying to see how do we essentially decarbonize. But that's just one part of the story. So there are three ways of there are four different types of green industrialization. The first one on the top left there is what we call decarbonizing industries. That basically means, is it possible to, instead of using coal, can you use solar energy to produce the same amount of energy for your industry? That's decarbonization of industry. The one on the top right there is producing inputs for global green industries. That is essentially the critical minerals conversation that Farai was speaking about. Can we produce goods and materials that support the other industries that rely on those materials? So, for example, we all want electrical vehicles, we all want batteries, but what are the goods that you need for that? You need minerals. So that's another type of green industrialization. The third one is manufacturing green goods for markets, and lastly, leveraging existing capabilities. So these are just four boxes, and I'll give you more tangible examples based on different countries to try and make this make a bit more sense for you guys. So, as I mentioned, there are four types of pathways for green industrialization, and I'm giving examples about decarbonization. Sorry, about those four types. The first that I mentioned is it possible to move away from coal, oil, and gas for the different countries in the different ways? And we're seeing examples of this already. As I mentioned, in South Africa, they have the Just Energy Transition Plans, where they're trying to move away from coal into other forms of energy, specifically solar. In Namibia, we know the green hydrogen projects that are growing, and it's a big priority. And that's a huge, important energy source, not just for Namibia, but also for South African industries, Zimbabwean industries, and mining industries that rely on what we call heat-intensive industries. There's also the idea of producing inputs for global still green industries, which is the critical minerals that was mentioned. And I'd like to give you another example, two other examples that link with agriculture, but also link with what we call sodium-ion batteries. So sodium-ion batteries are a type of technology that you need for renewable energy batteries. But instead of them using lithium, cobalt, and copper that we're used to, they use sodium-ion, or they use soda ash, sorry. And one country in the SADC region has quite a lot of soda ash, and that is Botswana. And I'm hoping that in this conversation, we can speak to Botswana to say that in their move on focusing on diversifying from diamond exports, what role can they have in terms of sodium ion production? A more important one for the region is because, as we all know here, we are very reliant in the SADC region on agriculture. Most of our fertilizers are heavily reliant, again, on fossil fuels, but there's a way around this. And this is by producing what we can call green ammonia. Again, I referenced the Namibia project, the green hydrogen project. A big part of that is trying to produce ammonia, which is a key ingredient when you're having fertilizer, but you can produce it and use it using green hydrogen. So again, that's another potential way in terms of us redesigning our industries to say that we want the fertilizer, but we want the fertilizer in a certain way that does not produce more problems for us from a climate crisis point of view. The other thing that is usually a big focus of ours when we speak about anything renewable energy is solar panels. Of course, we are all aware that all solar panels right now, or most of them, come from China. And if anything, it's going to be very difficult to be competitive. However, there is an opportunity for us to focus on component manufacturing. For example, there is absolutely no reason for us to import the steel frame that comes with solar panels. We already do that in the SADC region. So there are ways, and this can be only done once we have this protocol that we've been talking about, the SADC industry protocol, implemented, to then argue with China to say that you cannot import your solar panels, you cannot export your solar panels into the SADC region unless you allow us to do component manufacturing. That's the importance of these things like these protocols. But more importantly, there's the opportunity for recycling. And there are two levels of this. First of all, there's a lot of steel recycling that's already being done in the region. My brother there, Farai, spoke about in the copper industry, we already see recycling happening. The same can be done with solar panels. And we should not underestimate the importance of recycling because the reality is we might not always be able to mine. Neither should we always mine forever. Mining is a very difficult job. It's a very dirty job. And if we have the opportunity to upgrade the skills and jobs and the type of jobs we focus on, such as recycling, it is a pathway to really increase a lot of our jobs in a way that you cannot export it. Because the benefit of recycling is that wherever you actually use the component or good, it's easier to recycle where it is. So the more solar panels we produce, the more steel products that we have, and we can basically focus on recycling them, the better for all of us. And lastly, there's the idea about leveraging existing capabilities. And what that basically means is that we can focus on seeing what each of our countries have already and how we can leverage it for the green industrialization economy. Of course, we speak a lot about South Africa in terms of their engineering base with assembling, with the electrical vehicles. That's easily something that can be done. We speak a lot about Zambia with their copper mines that can easily be leveraged to the next level. We also speak a lot, of course, about Botswana and Angola's diamond industries, how they can be leveraged for us to get to the next level. And I'd also like to mention Malawi here in terms of being very reliant on agriculture, but that's an existing capability which we should understand that industry and agriculture for SADC is such an important linkage that cannot be separated. And of course, within the SADC conversations, we do have separate committees for them, but it's important for us to speak to the agriculture committee as much as possible because what is produced in industry in SADC is usually used for the agricultural industry. So those linkages are important. Finally, I'd like to focus on what at least on my behalf, we're going to be calling the Green Industrialization Index. What is an index? An index is basically something that you use to measure. And when we speak about industrialization or green industrialization, it is important for us to get to the point of implementation. And I think rightfully so, we've all been talking about that implementation. An index is basically asking ourselves as parliamentarians, as heads of state, are we actually implementing these industrialization tools and policies that we keep repeating about? We can set up a green industrialization index for the SADC region, which focuses on different components. For example, how to do green manufacturing, different government policies that focus on different aspects of it. So for example, is there enough financing going to industrialization? Is there enough infrastructure for industrialization? Education as well. Lastly, and this is important for you as parliamentarians, what legislatures are in place and are not in place and what can be done? At the end of the day, we want this to be a scorecard that can be used by parliamentarians to take back to their home parliaments and say, we have not signed these, we have not done this. And we'll be able to track this for all the regions and for all the countries. And that way we can keep each other accountable and basically support each other in our direction and in our goal. I will stop there. I think I've said a lot. I hope something has landed, and I'm hoping for questions or any elaborate comments you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the elaborate presentation on green industrialization. I have certainly learned one or two things. Honorable members, do we have any questions or submissions? Honorable member from Namibia.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just a quick question. Now that you spoke of green industrialization, what I sort of know the answer to that, but I just want to, yeah, or at least just to get clarity. Maybe the answer that I know is not often accurate. Yeah, perhaps I could be corrected also while I'm at it. What is your take on foreign countries, specifically from the European region and that of the West, sometimes also from the East, that comes and fund us to come with what's the word? The word has just left me for a moment there, but just so we can be used as guinea pigs, perhaps, if that's the right word to use, just for the purpose of having to fulfill their markets with energies that are coming from Namibia, perhaps as an example, and some case scenarios from SADC and other states of Africa, just for export purposes. But when you look at our markets, we got nothing to do with what they are producing. But then they would come with grants to make sure that this happens within our industries, perhaps. But the jobs that they also tend to produce as a result from those grants are of minimal, because most of the times it's just infrastructure that is placed there, and then after they have gotten what they have gotten, we are left with infrastructure that we can't make use of. What is your take on that one?
Any more submissions on our members?
No.
Oh. Please go ahead.
Just for you, Kuda, to also maybe tie your conversation to the recent developments in EU with respect to the new carbon tax on steel. I think that element, is very critical to this conversation. If you can touch on it a bit.
Thank you, Honorable, and thank you, Farai, for those questions. And I think I can tie them together for an answer. As we're moving in SADC to have certain plans and goals for ourselves around industrialization, there are other moving parts which are also affecting us. And I think that's what Farai is speaking about. In the European Union, they set up what is called the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So effectively, what the Carbon Border, or CBAM as it is called, what it does, it taxes you for producing a material or good that is exported to Europe but uses fossil fuel. So essentially, I'll give an example. If you want to produce steel and you use coal from Mpumalanga to produce that steel, when it goes to Europe to maybe help build a car, that steel is charged basically 20%, 30% tax because it did not use renewable energy. And this is causing a big problem for a lot of African countries, essentially because we use, as I mentioned, fossil fuels to produce most of our industrial capacity. So essentially, CBAM, and this is what the Europeans are saying. They're saying we're trying to force or support the creation of green industries. That's their language. But the fact, at least why we are against it, is because they did this without telling anyone. They're not willing to fund anyone who actually have suffered when they were benefiting from using fossil fuel to develop their industries. They're not willing to support us. And this ties up with the Namibia example that I'll give around green hydrogen. When this argument is put that you want CBAM to be implemented, but you're not funding us, they said, okay, it's fine. We'll fund you to set up a green hydrogen plant. And I'll give a quick explanation of what green hydrogen is. Green hydrogen, dear honorable members, is basically the use of hydrogen and the production of hydrogen using renewable energy, in this case, sun or wind power, and that hydrogen is then used to power certain industries. Hydrogen is basically, I don't want to get too technical, but it's like water essentially, but it's a chemical. So the good thing about Namibia is that Namibia has got the best area in the world to produce green hydrogen because it is extremely cheap to produce solar energy and wind energy in Namibia. So Germany went to Namibian government and said, we can support your green hydrogen production if you produce green hydrogen materials that are then exported to Europe. So my first point is that it is not feasible to export to Europe. We think that plan in itself does not make sense. They are desperate. They got no ideas, and they are worried because effectively they don't have the minerals like we do. They don't have the good weather like we do to produce all of these renewable energies. So they're essentially trying to create what we are calling colonial energy, colonial green energy from different areas of the world that will then be used in Europe. And we are fighting against that. This is not to say green hydrogen is a bad thing. We think green hydrogen does make sense. For example, under this protocol of trade and industry, Namibia and South Africa work together to essentially allow the green hydrogen to be exported to South Africa, but the products that are produced in South Africa also support the development of Namibia. That's essentially how this protocol is supposed to work. That's the idea. We leverage on our benefits and what we are good at to support each other's development. Effectively, the free trade agreement where we ensure that we don't have tariffs. And I think the first speaker today spoke a lot about tariffs and all those other things that are affecting the SADC region. The more we lower those tariffs, we effectively allow ourselves to get cross-pollination of ideas and of financing, and it is easier for both our industries to develop. So my counter to what is happening in Namibia, Honorable, is that we effectively need to use those green hydrogen products for the Southern African region because we do need that new technology, that new type of energy, but it should not be getting exported to Europe. It makes no sense and it is not to our benefit.
Thank you, Kuda. I think we can, if there are no more submissions to the Honorable Chair, I think we have one last presentation to end the day. Thank you. We have Ms. Alines Mumba online. Alines?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Masenati. Good afternoon, honorable members.
Good afternoon.
Will I be sharing my screen? Just trying to share the presentation. Okay. I'm just wondering if anything is happening on that side.
Not as yet.
Okay. Let me just take a minute. Apologies. I'm wondering why it's. Just wondering if it's come through now.
Not as yet, Alines. We'll, our IT will assist with the rights to share.
Okay.
Yes. Meantime, you can go ahead and start introducing yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Alines Mumba from the Southern Africa Trust. I am the country manager for our office operations in Zambia. I also lead our work on climate justice and natural resource governance. The Southern Africa Trust is a regional organization that provides support to community-based organizations and civic formations and movements with capacities and platforms, as well as grants. And the aim of this is to support and facilitate communities to enhance their agency and ability to be able to advocate around issues that impact their lives. We work across 3 thematic areas. These include gender justice, economic justice and social protection, as well as climate justice and natural resource governance. We work across the SADC region with a focus within 5 priority countries as well. These include Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique, and Malawi. And we have projects currently going with partners. We have a number of projects that we're implementing around the extractives industry, the extractive sector. And today it is a pleasure for me to share with you today some of the emerging insights that are coming out of the study that we're implementing in partnership with the African Center for Green Economy. Sorry, I just saw something happen to the screen. I'm wondering whether it will share now.
We can see it.
Okay, fantastic. So it is a pleasure and an honor to share with you this afternoon some emerging insights and evidence that we're gathering from an initiative that we're implementing in partnership with the African Center for Green Economy. My colleague, Dr. Mao Amis, was unable to be here today with us to co-present this presentation because he's currently in travel, but he's available for any sort of follow-up questions or insights and reflections that will come out of the session. So just to dive into the main objective of our sharing and our presentation, we wanted to share with you lessons from Mpumalanga's Just Energy Transition experience.
Alinez?
Yes.
Can you do the slideshow, please?
Sure.
Slide, yeah, thank you.
Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, is that clear? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So essentially, the main objective of this presentation is really around sharing lessons from our case studies. Yes?
Slower, please.
Okay. So we're really sharing emerging evidence from the case study that we're implementing in Mpumalanga around Mpumalanga's Just Transition experience. And we hope that this presentation will also give us an opportunity to discuss regional opportunities for inclusion. So in terms of framing our presentation, we framed it within the context of the theme of the 45th SADC Summit theme, where we are looking at green industrialization, driving sustainable growth and inclusion. We are looking at linking human capital to renewable and local manufacturing sectors, but also we wanted to speak to the role of parliamentarians in embedding inclusive and equitable transitions. So again, as part of setting the scene, we are cognizant, as we're preparing the presentation, we're cognizant of the regional commitments around the energy transitions in SADC. So looking at the SADC industrialization strategy that runs from 2015 to 2063, as well as the energy policy frameworks. We believe that there are strong opportunities there for renewable potential, particularly with the Continental Free Trade Area agreement. We also feel that there's some opportunities, again, to leverage around the growing climate finance opportunities and the discourse there. We, however, also noted that there are some risks that we need to be mindful of, such as the unequal benefit distribution that will come with this transition and are part of the discourse. We believe that gender gaps pose a risk. we believe that limited local manufacturing capacity will also be a risk issue to be mindful of within the energy transition in the SADC space. In looking at the Shaping Inclusive Transitions initiative, we anchored this particular initiative in the area of research because it was important for us to ground this in real evidence that was relevant, timely, but also could give us some lived experiences from communities that were going through this transition in a real sort of real-time process. We wanted to anchor it around inclusive engagement. So we have a lot of community and stakeholder engagement at community level with the various actors on the ground in Mpumalanga. And we also wanted to anchor it around strategic advocacy. The initiative for us supports local solutions. It amplifies the voices of communities most affected by climate and economic transitions. In terms of why Mpumalanga for this particular initiative and case study, we were really interested in grounding it in Mpumalanga because Mpumalanga is South Africa's heartland of coal production and coal mining, as it supplies about 80% of the country's coal and hosts most of its coal-fired power stations. And as the national JET program unfolds in South Africa, the province essentially is ground zero for the transition impacts. We're already seeing job losses, there are anticipated economic restructuring, and obviously there is need for community adaptation. We also felt that by situating the initiative here, which is the epicenter of transition planning, it would allow us to directly support affected workers, communities, and government institutions to navigate the shift to green industries. So we wanted to be part of that conversation to see how we could support thinking around inclusivity. Furthermore, the site for us had high relevance for its social and economic justice elements. We felt that Mpumalanga's economic history, which has heavily been around the extractive sector, also presented a space for us to engage with communities around the deep social inequalities, issues of youth unemployment, which in some provinces we found, in some districts we found that it sits at over 60%. And in terms of being able to demonstrate inclusivity, this particular province for us also presented an opportunity for us to engage with issues of engaging around issues of gender equality, youth employment, and community-driven development. So how do you begin to have those conversations and create awareness with communities as they shift and navigate social justice issues in the context of a climate transition, but towards a greener mode and perspective. So in terms of demonstrating learning, for us, this was a critical space. We wanted to be able to gather evidence that would allow us to be able to have some policy-related conversations, some capacity conversations with various actors from community level, subnational level, and regional level platforms. So this particular initiative has allowed us to engage with a range of actors and to hold dialogue platforms around key issues, around key learning, because for us, Mpumalanga provided a real-world laboratory for us to discuss and engage and observe real-time inclusive transitions where we can test out and review and see whether some of these planned interventions will work. And these are interventions around community benefit sharing mechanisms, feminist and youth-led transition frameworks. We're looking at local green enterprise incubation, How can that work in a context where there's a need for reskilling, for retooling, but also in a context where when people are made redundant, jobs don't automatically appear, and it's not like there's an industry that's waiting readily to absorb the people who've been made redundant. We also found it to be a great opportunity to have some real insights in how we reimagine and navigate participatory governance at municipal level in terms of municipal climate planning. So we believe that these lessons will provide us insights, but also will be able to shape how we can scale some of similar interventions within Southern Africa, within South Africa, and we believe that the lessons here then become relevant for other places such as Zambia, Mozambique, and Zimbabwe. In terms of the guiding questions that we used to gather evidence within the case study, we really wanted to find out, firstly, around the issue of livelihoods.
Alanez.
Yes?
Slower, please.
Oh, sorry. We wanted to understand within the guiding questions that we had framed, we wanted to understand in terms of livelihoods how coal-dependent communities are adapting to economic and social change. In terms of social protection and skills development, we wanted to understand what measures could strengthen safety nets and also support reskilling opportunities. We were mindful and fully aware that, within a historically mining community or province, people would have been traditionally skilled towards a certain direction. But now with this shift, a question of reskilling would be required, but reskilling to what? And how would that reskilling be supported? And what would the reception on the other side be in terms of the reskilling? Were people willing and interested in the reskilling opportunities? And around innovation and green enterprise, we were interested in how communities can lead innovation and drive inclusive green growth. And then finally, around youth and gender inclusion issues, we were interested in how unpaid care work and youth unemployment affects equitable participation within the transition. Again, questions around care work for us centered around now that there were instances where reskilling would be taking place or some training, capacity building, also awareness creation, and town halls and workshops around opportunities were being made available. But obviously there were segments of the population, because they were burdened with care work, because they were busy with that piece, they were not necessarily easily and readily able to participate and to take full advantage of those opportunities that would emerge. So we were interested then in understanding how those burdens were affecting participation in the transition. In terms of the emerging evidence that we're seeing from our case study, we have recently concluded, so just last week, we concluded our round our round of stakeholder engagements. This was our second round of stakeholder engagements within Mpumalanga. We were meeting community-led CSOs, faith-based organizations. We met with different community representatives. We also met with informal workers associations. And some of the evidence that we're seeing emerge out of that interaction so far is that, firstly, coal-dependent communities are facing major livelihood transitions because of the high levels of unemployment and the limited nature of alternative livelihood options. We are also finding that local dialogues for us revealed that there's need for social protection and reskilling. So what has happened is that with more and more people becoming unemployed, the social protection measures that existed are currently becoming insufficient. So there is need to relook those and adjust and see how we can strengthen the social protection measures that exist, but also look at reskilling the workers that are coming out of employment that are being made redundant within the space. In terms of community-led interventions, our case study found that there is an appetite at community level. There's an appetite for investments or opportunities to engage in green enterprises, and this was mainly among young people and women. We saw we found that there was an interest around that, and also an interest around participation in green hubs. So I think our study is pointing to the idea that there's an opportunity for investing around that reskilling, but also an opportunity to create some seed interventions and innovations that specifically target young people around innovating within the ecosystem for green jobs. And these also link into the circular economy. There were opportunities that were being identified that spoke to the circular economy. And this we found quite interesting, that in looking at the green enterprises, it was spanning from agriculture related activities and interventions, but moving broadly as well into circular related activities. So there are some opportunities within the circular economy space. And in terms of women's unpaid care work and youth unemployment, these remain a barrier to inclusion. This was quite evident, and we had in all the communities that we engaged in, this was something that kept coming up more and more within the discussions and the consultations. So in terms of some of the examples that we can point to within our engagement within Emalgeni and Emelo, residents there were able to articulate their transition priorities, and these centered around job creation. They centered around social safety nets. They wanted to have more social protection and social safety nets within the interim as they looked at livelihood alternatives within the space. We again found that within the communities that we engaged with, enterprises, again speaking to the circular economy, pointed to waste recycling, solar installations, and agri-value chain development. So those are some of the emerging enterprise areas that came out strongly in terms of presenting alternative livelihoods within the space. Sorry. My apologies. And then we also found that there was a lot of collaboration between local non-governmental organizations, and municipalities in terms of forming the basis for just transition hubs. So this was quite encouraging to see that there were already collaborative and concerted efforts for inclusive and coordinated efforts around the just transition alternatives, as well as supporting enterprise activities in the space. In terms of our findings around policy implications, we strongly feel or hold that embedding social safeguards and inclusivity in energy and industrial policies will be key in enhancing oversight around the transition. We believe that this will then strengthen oversight, will contribute or at least should allow for increased allocation towards funding for green jobs and supporting enterprises at a local level. We hope to urge parliamentarians to consider bringing citizens' voice into national and regional debates around the transition. So we feel that constituency engagement will be key to achieving an inclusive and sustainable transition in whatever form that will take within the respective countries, constituencies. We also believe that at a regional level, there is need for coherence. We believe that there's need for aligning national frameworks around the transitions with SADC strategies. And in terms of integrating gender and youth and communities within the transition, we wish to recommend that mainstreaming gender equity and youth inclusion in all industrial strategies will be key to ensuring an inclusive and sustainable transition that will not only benefit national development processes, but that it will also benefit community level and local development activities as well. We recognize and we strongly believe that there's need to recognize and support women's unpaid care work within the transitions across the region. We believe that women have a strong role to play within the industrial strategies, within the development agendas. But if there's no recognition of unpaid care work, this will continue to hinder women's participation, and this care work will continue to be a burden to women within the region. In terms of youth-led enterprises, we believe that strengthening youth-led enterprises and innovation hubs across the region will address some of the youth unemployment that is faced across the region. It will keep young people meaningfully engaged within these hubs, but it will also create a platform for young people to then innovate and come up with solutions that can contribute to industrial growth and development, but also, my apologies for the background noise. In terms of a broader and general recommendation way forward, we would recommend strengthening parliamentary capacity for climate financing and oversight. We believe that once there's strengthened capacity around climate financing and oversight, there will be a stronger implementation, but also more visible change within budget allocations, but also implementation of activities that speak towards achieving a just and inclusive transition. We believe that there's an opportunity around supporting connection of communities, policies, and enterprise within the just transition through transition hubs. So we would like to recommend support both around policy, around financial resourcing, around commitments that would speak to supporting local just transition hubs that would connect communities, policies, and enterprise with a specific focus around targeting young people. We would also recommend promoting regional learning through exchange visits and data-driven collaboration. There are a lot of opportunities for cross-learning within the region. There are countries that are advancing different approaches around how a just energy transition can be achieved. So we feel that it's pertinent that there is a process or efforts are made to promote cross-regional learning so that then we're not constantly reinventing the wheel, but we're learning on how we can make the transition across the region within our countries and various constituencies more data-driven and inclusive. And with that, I would like to say thank you for your attention. That's our presentation from our emerging findings, and we do hope to share evidence, more evidence from this case study once it's finalized through the SADC PF Secretariat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alines. This is a presentation on the lived experiences of regular citizens as we industrialize and green and around just transition, what happens to regular citizens. Thank you so much for sharing. Research. This is what honorable members need to deliberate on research that is informed. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's anything that anyone would want to add on that. Thank you, Alines, for sharing.
Thank you.
Honorable, the honorable member from Namibia.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your presentation. That now that we are speaking on coal, Germany had 20 coal plants that were reopened after their gas pipes were closed by Russia. I think that was sometime 2022. As a result, some of the projects like green hydrogen and others came forward. The same can also be seen with the nuclear energy, which we can see that United States and Africa France is one of the biggest users of nuclear energy worldwide. And you have countries like China, Russia, North Korea, Israel, and the likes. But we have seen this historically when they stopped the countries that one of them being South Africa, to stop them using nuclear energy. That was one of our strongholds here in Africa and SADC. How does that affect Namibia? Don't you think that this could be an industrial mind game that is being played unto Africa by countries such as those that have exhausted their part in play in these industries such as coal? You can clearly see that Germany has been speaking also part and parcel together with other nations that coal was not so friendly to use, and they stopped. And then after the gas pipes were stopped in supply by Russia, they decided that it's now friendly to use again. How does that play in our part now? Is this not a stoppage of jobs in Namibia by foreign states by coming in disguise as a green energy and a clean energy? But if you look at the most affected countries, those that has been playing part of industrial revolution since back then, but I feel we are being used to export resources rather, and being told that you can't use your resources yourself. How do you look into that and perhaps advise as we go forward with this, with the transition as you have given us through your research? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Can Can I go ahead, Masanati?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable. I think from our perspective, we are aware of the debates and the concerns around the global reaction to the transition. Yes, we did see European countries revert to coal when the crisis happened in Europe. And so for us also, I think we need to be mindful as a region. We need to be mindful as respective states to acknowledge that it is a transition. And so from our research and our reading of the situation, we believe that it is a transition. And I think we believe that as we transition, we need to also be mindful of what we're transitioning from and to, and the cost implications of transitioning too quickly. So our advice or reflection is that we hope that, you know, as our decision makers and policy makers there, you will consider how best to transition in a systematic manner that will also respond to the resources we have available to move to greener energy. We currently within the region are faced with huge energy deficits, and coal seems to be one of the areas that we can, you know, still tap into in order to industrialize, in order to meet our energy needs. There's still scope and room for us to continue to do so. And again, our transition needs to be one that is not disruptive. And even if it is disruptive, but it needs to be a transition that does not happen abruptly. And by happening abruptly, we will leave so many of our people behind, and so many people will be left languishing. And for us at the Southern Africa Trust, in partnership with the African Center for Green Economy, we feel that for any transition to be inclusive and for it to be sustainable, there is need for adequate planning, adequate investments with ensuring that there are alternative power sources and mechanisms, that there are mechanisms to provide support and to transition community members and people from those industries to other areas. So my long and short answer, Honorable Member, is we want the transition to happen systematically with some real investments underpinning it, with some real alternatives that will ensure that there are safeguards in place for communities, that they are not left behind, that they are not left unemployed in spaces where there are no real livelihood opportunities for them. So I hope that helps to sort of answer to say we are happy for the transition, but we are also mindful that the transition should not happen abruptly, and it should not happen at the cost and at the detriment of our own development as a continent, as a region, and as individual member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Alines. That was very insightful and educative. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. You can log off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think it's over to you.
Muito obrigada, Masanat. Caros deputados, terminamos a sessão das apresentações. Teríamos agora a fase final dos nossos trabalhos. Mas, dado o avançado da hora, são já 13h20, creio que deveríamos fazer uma pausa de 1 hora para o almoço e depois retornarmos aqui por mais 1 hora para fazermos o encerramento, se tivermos de acordo. A não ser que queiram continuar, mas acho que depois vamos ter problemas porque a cozinha pode fechar. Portanto, vamos então fazer a pausa Alguma palavra, senhor vice-presidente da comissão? Vamos continuar agora por mais uma hora para fazermos o encerramento ou fazemos a pausa, almoçamos e depois voltamos aqui. Pronto. Vamos então fazer a pausa de uma... O senhor vice-presidente ia falar. Não? Senhor vice-presidente da comissão, alguma novidade? Alguma sugestão?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would have just one question. Your vote of thanks would take us 1 hour, or there's proceedings that we need to follow? So that, remember, after lunch, part of us, I know they won't come back. I'm looking at their eyes because they know they are only coming for closing. So, Honorable Chair, if your vote of thanks wouldn't take long, I would advise that we wrap up and you pass your vote of thanks, we close.
Muito obrigada, senhor vice. Acho que é a opinião de todos, então. Vamos então continuar. Mas ficarem sem almoço, a presidente não vai ter culpa. Não vou poder pagar almoço para todos. Senhores deputados, eu gostaria de saber então se alguém, para além das questões que nós já debatemos aqui, se alguém tem mais alguma questão a nível dos diversos para abordarmos. Essa seria a minha primeira questão. Pronto, o silêncio indica que não há mais nenhuma questão. Por favor.
Bom, eu... Espera, tem que ser o order para consertar.
Senhor deputado, faz favor.
Sim, muito obrigado, Sua Excelência Presidente, caros deputados, meus colegas. Eu queria, se me permitir, excelência, através do secretariado. Eu fui integrado nesta comissão, nesta sessão é a primeira vez, não tinha experiência desta comissão e gostaríamos, se houver mais informações que a comissão for recebendo ao longo do tempo que está a trabalhar, pudesse nos facilitar via e-mail, para podermos estar melhor integrados no trabalho da comissão. Esse é o pedido que eu tinha. Obrigado.
Obrigada, senhor deputado. A nossa secretária depois pode interagir com a nossa secretária da comissão para ela lhe passar aquilo que nós já fizemos. De resto, o conselho que eu dou aos colegas que entraram agora no Fórum Parlamentar da SADC é aproveitar e estudar os instrumentos que criam a SADC. a constituição da SADC, o funcionamento. Eu acho que é importante terem o domínio desse conhecimento, que é para nós nos sabermos posicionar aqui na comissão, como membros da SADC. Senhores deputados, membros da Comissão Permanente de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Sua Excelência a Senhora Boemo Secoma, Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, que mesmo não estando aqui, mas nós fazemos questão de anunciá-la, o Secretariado da SADC, pessoas de recurso e Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e funcionários parlamentares da região. Uma boa tarde a todos, sei que estão com fome, mas vamos então, chegamos ao fim da nossa reunião, depois de 2 dias de intenso trabalho. Gostaria de aproveitar esta oportunidade para agradecer sinceramente aos senhores deputados pelo facto de terem respondido positivamente à convocação para a participação nesta reunião estatutária. Sei que nem sempre é fácil conciliar as nossas agendas nacionais com a agenda do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, mas reconhecemos ser de suma importância a nossa presença aqui, não só pelo dever do cumprimento estatutário, mas pela importância que se revestem as nossas contribuições, opiniões e sugestões no processo de desenvolvimento da nossa região. Ao encerrarmos esta importante reunião estatutária da Comissão de Comércio, Indústria, Finanças e Investimento, permitam manifestar o meu sincero agradecimento a cada um de vocês pela vossa participação ativa, contribuições ponderadas e empenho permanente em fazer avançar a nossa agenda de integração regional. Ao longo das últimas sessões, partilhamos perspectivas perspicazes, examinamos questões críticas que afetam o comércio e a industrialização na nossa região e reafirmamos a nossa visão comum de uma SADC próspera, industrializada e inclusiva. As nossas deliberações reafirmam que o papel do Parlamento é indispensável para impulsionar a transformação regional. Refletimos sobre a necessidade urgente de adaptar a legislação nacional e implementar os protocolos da SADC para que se tornem instrumentos vivos nas nossas jurisdições nacionais, orientando a facilitação do comércio, o desenvolvimento industrial e a promoção do investimento e cooperação financeira e, sobretudo, a circulação de pessoas nas regiões. E, por isso, reconhecemos que os nossos esforços coletivos, como legisladores, são fundamentais para garantir que as nossas aspirações regionais se traduzam em resultados tangíveis para os nossos cidadãos. Durante o debate, ficou claro que o apelo à transformação industrial na região da SADC nunca foi tão urgente e, tal como salientado durante as nossas discussões, devemos passar de fornecedores de matérias-primas a produtores de bens de elevado valor. Isto requer uma nova mentalidade que dê prioridade à beneficiação, à inovação, à industrialização verde e o acréscimo de valor. A estratégia de industrialização da SADC e o protocolo sobre a indústria nos vão proporcionar uma base sólida, mas é nosso dever, enquanto legisladores, garantir que estes quadros sejam plenamente operacionados a nível nacional. Senhores deputados, as nossas parcerias com o secretariado da SADC, os parceiros e as organizações da sociedade civil continuam a ser vitais para alcançar estes objetivos. Por via da colaboração, do apoio técnico e da responsabilização mútua, podemos acelerar a implementação, comatar as lacunas políticas existentes e garantir que a integração beneficie verdadeiramente as populações da nossa região. Para concluir, gostaria de expressar a minha sincera gratidão ao secretariado da SADC pelo seu comprometimento e apoio técnico contínuo, aos nossos parceiros e facilitadores que partilharam os seus conhecimentos especializados e a todos os senhores deputados e deputadas pela vossa dedicação e inabalável empenho ao longo desta reunião. Regressamos aos nossos respectivos parlamentos com o propósito renovado de reforçar a supervisão legislativa, defender a integração regional e contribuir para construir economias dinâmicas, inclusivas e sustentáveis. O futuro da industrialização e da integração comercial da SADC está nas nossas mãos coletivas. Juntos podemos garantir que os compromissos que assumimos aqui se traduzam em ações concretas que melhorem as nossas comunidades e promovam a nossa visão comum de uma África Austral unida e próspera. Senhores deputados, gostaria de concluir agradecendo à Secretária-Geral, Sua Excelência Boemo Secoma, bem como ao Secretariado do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, por terem coordenado e facilitado esta reunião de forma profissional, permitindo aos membros da comissão participar de forma significativa com deliberações, opiniões e recomendações que irão fazer a diferença nos nossos parlamentos e nas nossas jurisdições. Agradeço a todos e faço votos de que tenham uma boa viagem de regresso aos nossos respectivos países. Bem-haja e muito obrigada. Cai o pano. Ainda temos uma tarefa, que é a avaliação da reunião. Eu vou passar a palavra à nossa secretária para nos dizer então como é que vai ser a avaliação e também tem uma informação ainda útil para prestarmos. Tem a palavra, Marceneto.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think our IT and the gentleman over there is.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, colleagues. Honorable members, this is a very quick exercise we would like to engage you in. You would recall at the beginning of this week, we did a pre-assessment of your different levels of understanding of different regional integration issues and topics. This is in an effort to improve the offerings that the SADC Parliamentary Forum will be providing throughout the course of implementing the capacity building program being implemented in collaboration with GIZ and with the support of the Austrian Development Agency. So there are a number of topics that have been covered throughout this standing session, which have touched on very important issues. And we would like to gauge now, having received these presentations and interactions, where you stand in as far as your understanding of the regional agenda is concerned. This, again, as I've mentioned, will help us to improve in the future and upcoming sessions. So we'll just kindly ask that you indulge us for a few minutes. We will not take too much of your time, and we will proceed accordingly. Today, we would like to do things differently. We would like all of us to move at the same pace if it's possible. So right now, we're just helping you guys connect. It's a simple exercise of putting your QR code onto your phone. Kindly take out your mobile phones and point them to the screen to be able to open this page. So if each one of us is seeing this page, then we are ready to start. If you're having challenges, kindly raise your hand and we'll be able to assist accordingly. Are we all here? Okay, I'll wait for you, Ronald, to guide me. I think Ronald is just helping one honorable member to connect. Once he is done, then we'll move on to the next section. Otherwise, we could continue, he says. So if you press next after seeing this page, the next page should be about your participant background. So basically who you are. We continue. Okay. Yes. If you press next, you will see that there is a list of countries listed. Please press next so that we are following onto the screen as well. Next. We would like to see the countries, yes. So kindly rank or select the countries that you represent. You just have to tick a box in the country that you represent and press submit. If you have done that, the next section should be about your role in Parliament. So are you a member of Parliament? Are you a committee member? Are you a support staff member? And so on and so forth. So kindly select and submit accordingly. If you have done that, the next section is asking you about your gender, whether you are male or female. So please select accordingly and submit. Well, it won't give you that option. Okay. If you have selected, okay, raise a hand. Or we continue as he assists. If you have answered the gender question, then the next question is about your political party affiliation. So whether you are from the either side of the aisle or you are non-aligned, you may select accordingly and submit. Okay, and then the next section, we're asking you about your years of experience in Parliament. So this is just in general, how many years have you been a member of Parliament? There is a range there, the first one between 1 to 5 years, the second being 6 to 10 years, or if you have spent more than 10 years as a member of Parliament, we kindly ask that you indicate and submit accordingly. If you've answered that question, the follow-on question is about your years working in the SADC regional integration agenda. In general, you may have been working on SADC regional issues before you became a member of Parliament. So if you have, kindly give us the correct ranking. How long have you been working on SADC issues, including your years as a member of Parliament, as well as inclusive of the years outside of your membership to the Parliament? So if you have answered that question, the next question should be about your previous training on SADC regional integration. Have you received any training whatsoever before having coming to this session? Did you receive any training on regional integration? This regional integration, you're talking about the policies, the strategies, and so on and so forth. So you can select a question of, it's an answer of yes, it's an option of yes or no kind of response. Likewise, the following question is now asking you, how long have you been a member of the SADC Parliamentary Forum? Remember, the other question was about how long you've been a member of Parliament. This one is asking, how long have you been a member of the SADC PF? So there are different ranges there. You can also select accordingly and submit. Then this section is now looking into your self-knowledge assessment on the different topics. If you press next, we would like to gauge your understanding of the regional integration agenda in general on a scale of 0 to 10. So 0 would denote less understanding of the regional agenda, and 10 would denote your highest level of understanding. So kindly rank. You just have to point at a point within that range or within that scale, and your ranks will be submitted once you have pressed the submit button. Are we all here? Okay. If you've done that, then we move on to the next question. How familiar are you with the key SADC protocols and strategies? Having listened to the presentations from SADC, having listened to the input or presentations from the partners, the likes of Equality Now, the likes of SIOF and others who were presenting different topics on regional integration, how familiar are you with the different strategies, including the RSDP? So it's a question of yes or no. Are you still familiar or unfamiliar with the SADC agenda in general? The next question is, which SADC protocols and strategies are you familiar with? So we have received a number of trainings or sessions, input from the SADC Secretariat and other partners speaking to these different strategies and protocols. This question allows you to select multiple options. So you can select, if you know 4 or 5 of those options, feel free to do so, but provide us with your responses. You simply have to tick and press submit once you're done. The next question is, what do you think are the successes of regional integration, having been through the week and the discussions? So there could be multiple responses as well. You have the transport corridors, the driver's license for SADC, the power pools that we've been discussing in this room around industrialization. You have the visa-free entry, could be a success if you like. The different peacekeeping missions that SADC has deployed, and in recent times, the DRC, as well as the Mozambique peacekeeping missions. These could be some of the notable successes that SADC may have done. So you may have to select multiple options and submit accordingly. Okay, looks like some of the colleagues are done. If we have answered that question, then the next section is asking us about the challenges of regional integration. So what do you think are some of the challenges? There's the issue of lack of political will. There's the issue of limited resources. This could be human as well as financial resources. There's the question around political instability, the fact that there could be political unsettledness in some of the member states. The question around variable geometry, the fact that we have different countries at different levels of development, is it a factor? Is it a hindrance? And the socioeconomic challenges as they arise in the different member states. So where do you think are the challenges of regional integration? If you have answered that question, then let's now discuss where do you put the role of parliaments in advancing regional integration, particularly the issue of the domestication, ratification, and implementation of the SADC protocols and strategies. You will have to press next, and then you will provide a ranking across the 3 options. So under ratification, for example, you have the option of saying Parliament plays a less significant role, a moderate significant role, or a highly significant role in the ratification of different processes and strategies. So again, you just have to select one and provide a ranking. So if you think parliaments play a very important role under ratification, then you can select maybe highly significant or very significant and provide us with a number there. If you answer that question, which I hope most of you have, we then move on to the next stage, which is domestication. Similar exercise. You give us your ranking and you press submit. Yeah, I know lunch is calling, so we have to move with speed. We're almost done. If you're done with domestication, go on to implementation. Again, provide a ranking and press submit. We are drawing towards the end. What is the level of understanding, your level of understanding of the SADC PF's mandate in regional integration? So here, we're asking you to rate whether you think the mandate of the SADC PF is very important in advancing regional integration. It's a scale of 0 to 10. So you give us a ranking there where you think the mandate of the SADC PF is not so important or it's more important, between 0 to 10. Then the follow-on question, how familiar are you with the SADC PF's model law-making processes? Again, appreciating the different interventions you've received throughout the week, how do you see, how familiar are you now with the SADC PF's law-making processes? You give us a ranking on that scale. And we're asking you then the next question, what value do you derive from the SADC PF in your national work, in your work as a member of parliament? What value is the SADC PF adding or not in your work as a member of the SADC PF, the work of the SADC PF in advancing regional integration? How relevant? So the next section now is looking at the relevance and the quality of engagement. And if you press next, we're almost done, honorable members. Relevance to your parliamentary role. So the information that you're receiving through the trainings, how do you think is it relevant to your role as a member of parliament? Again, you provide us with a ranking and submit. We're asking you now in this question, quality of the training materials. So the different presentations, how well prepared were they? How depth or shallow were they, if you like? So you can give us a ranking of 0 to 10. Was the quality good, or there are still areas that we need to beef up, given your ranking? Effectiveness. How effective was the mode of the delivery? Presentation format. Are you happy with the format of someone sitting, standing, and talking? Or do you think more group discussions would be more effective? So how effective was the mode of delivery? Again, you select and rank accordingly. And then you press submit. The next question is looking at the relevance of the case studies used. So there were a number of examples that were deliberated or presented. Was that useful as a mode of delivery, or you think otherwise? Kindly rate accordingly. And we're now checking, how satisfied are you with the opportunities for discussion? Was there enough time for you to make inputs into the presentations, or you feel the time was not sufficient, or was not there wasn't enough opportunities for you to make further input into the discussions? You may provide your ranking and submit accordingly. What is your overall satisfaction with the material provided throughout the week on the regional integration topics? So there's a scale of 0 to 10. What is your overall satisfaction level with this implementation of the measures? If you're happy with that, the next question is asking you to give us some suggestions on where we need to improve. So do you think we need to have more topics on regional integration in the next upcoming sessions? Or do you require more time for discussion still? Is there a need to have more resource persons now, more partners, more civil society organizations presenting, as well as colleagues from the Secretariat representing other departments and units? Do you see a need for more case studies or examples to maybe bring the discussions much more closer to the realities on the ground? Are these some of the areas that you feel and think we may have to improve or introduce in the next upcoming sessions? You may have multiple choice selections here and submit accordingly. We are almost to the finish line of the, well, actually, we're not almost, we are done. So thank you very much. This is the exercise, and we hand over back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Terminamos então os trabalhos da comissão. Chegamos ao fim da nossa reunião estatutária Muito obrigada a todos pela vossa presença e participação mais uma vez. Vamos ao almoço e depois, se não nos encontrarmos mais, nos encontraremos em Durban daqui a alguns dias. Muito obrigada a todos e vamos então concluir.
So thank you. Honorable members, on behalf of the chair, please, the TIFI committee will be hosting the training in collaboration with the United Nations conference. Oh, they're gone. They're gone? On the 5th? Oh. The TIFI committee will be hosting a training on trade in collaboration with the UNCTAD on the 5th. It's a 2-hour training, online, virtual. So all our members are invited. It's open for all members of parliament and staffs of parliament. So the training will be from November all the way to March. So each session, it just covers 2 hours, so it will not be draining. It covers a wide range of topics from trade to trade facilitation to gender to youth, so that we are all conversant in the areas of trade. Please, you're all invited to join, and please encourage other members to join, especially the members who are in trade committees in our member states. Thank you.